Wow. This is Mustafa starting us off in a very gassy way tonight. What have you been drinking, honey?
Water?
Water. Okay, that's all right. Hi, everybody. It's Big Ed Mustafa. Welcome to Free to Play Fridays. I am continuing my course on how to play Lotro without having to crack open your wallet. Lord of the Rings Online has one of the best, most generous free-to-play models of any major MMORPG, at least that I've ever played. It's a terrific game. It's got tons and tons of content. And really, you don't have to crack open your wallet and spend a penny to explore it. There are some caveats to that. If you're in a big hurry to get one character to max level, yeah, my methods aren't going to work for you. You're probably going to want to spend some money to do that, and that's okay. Some people have the time to spend, other people don't. Some people enjoy the journey, other people just want to see the destination. You've got to play Lotro your way. That's one of the nice things about Lotro. It's designed so you can play it a multitude of different ways. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's get on the right chat. Lotro stream is live. I see my giant head. And I'm going to go ahead and host myself on my channel. If anybody wanders by my channel going, why isn't Big Ed on tonight? I am actually just on Lotro stream. So, got that taken care of. Anyway, yeah. So, where we're at right now, I'm on a fresh account I just created 2 weeks ago. I now have 4 characters, and they're all between, I think, 14th and 18th level. I think 3 of the 4 have gone through all of Arid Luin. And one of them I took through the Bree starter areas. Excuse me. I've got a champion and a lore master here on Crick Hollow. And then I've rolled up a captain and a hunter on Gladden. And I'll review a few of the basic principles of how I play free-to-play and why it works for me. And it looks like the stream's buffering a little bit. It's mostly okay. We have dropped a few frames, though. It's not a good way to start the night. Not Torque checking in. Hello, not Torque. I've been having trouble with ingest servers all week. Also, I'll apologize for last week's stream. It actually got ripped in half because I've had problems with my ISP just dropping out right in the middle of a couple of streams last weekend. That was annoying. And then when I went to post the video on YouTube, there's a tool that we use on Twitch that lets us kind of give a description, and then I can upload to the Lotro channel on YouTube. Once I send it, I have no control over the YouTube channel. And for some reason, the tool spazzed out and posted the same stream 3 different times. I only clicked once. I only sent it once. But if Cordovan is not around to clean that up, all 3 copies stay out there. And that's actually not as bad as it's been. I think in the past I've had it spam it like over a dozen times when I went to upload the stream. So that was a little bit confusing if you're wondering why I posted the same stream 3 different times last weekend. Yeah, I didn't. That was just the tools that are available to us. But that's okay. We had a good stream last week. Got some nice work done. And I think I'm going to continue on with Warsteinik. He's my champion on Crick Hollow. And he is done with Arid Luin. And we're going to be doing some questing in Bree. Bacchus is here. Hi, Bacchus. I'm doing good. Seems better now, but it did hiccup a bit at the start. And Puppet Box checking in. Hello. Linda Tepler says hiya from Vegas. I hope you had a good trip, Linda. Much love to you and your mom, and hope you are enjoying the time you're getting to spend there. Newton23 says, hey all, is there a way to disable the search function in the quest log? It's blocking my completed checkbox. That's a good question. Let's take a look at that. We'll have to log in on the character first. Sir Waffles checking in. Hey Ed, good to see you. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Dark Ruler is here. So, yeah, some of the basics for if you're going to be playing free-to-play in Lord of the Rings Online. play a lot of different characters. I've got 4 started so far. Yeah, you want more Coke Zero, honey? Try not to be belching that close to the microphone. It's scary to the viewers. Mrs. Mustafa says she doesn't like Coke Zero, but she likes that it does make her belch. So, I like the taste. Very good, honey. We're on Lotro stream tonight, so we're keeping it classy, sweetie. Anyway, let's go ahead and log in Warsteinik. We'll get rolling. You guys will have plenty of time to listen to me prattle on about nothing anyway. But again, some of the things that work: play lots of characters, level them up together, share crafting resources. Now, I've been playing with Bacchus and Sir Waffles and Freelancer, and it's great to play with friends. I always encourage grouping. We have more fun playing together than playing solo. But I don't want you to think that you have to rely on being in a fellowship to play free-to-play. This is completely soloable. Not that you need to solo or that should be any kind of particular goal. And you're asking yourself, why is Warsteinik out in Gondaman if he's working on Breland? And that's because I'm still turning in task items here. I had a huge stockpile of them, so I'm continuing to get rid of them here. And it actually looks like I might be about done. I have been trying to log in every day and do more task item turn-ins. And it looks like this last batch that I turned in pretty much wiped me out. You can see everything down here is in the single digits. So inventory management's pretty important. And particularly right now where I don't have a ton of bag space yet. So what we'll do, anything that's an 8th level or lower task item, let's just go ahead and sell them. I don't need to be carrying those around. I'm not going to go out and continue to collect those. We'll move on to bigger and better content. So if you thought Ed never gets rid of any of his task items, I do, occasionally. If it's something I'm still working on, I prefer to hang on to them. But if I'm done with an area, or I'm moving on, or I don't plan on collecting anymore anytime soon, it's just good to move on. Now, these dirty ears, I could go worry about turning in the Shire, but when I'm questing in the Shire, I'll be getting Mathams, and the task items for Matham rep are not that important. Tommy Lawless checking in. Hello, Tommy. Just looked at the quest log. Doesn't look like there's a way to disable the search function. Let's take a look at the quest log for Dark Ruler. OSU Cowboys checking in. Hello, OSU Cowboys. Zinger is here. He just gets rid of the before everyone shows up, so he feels less shame. Baka says, bless you, Mrs. M. Let's shout out OSU Cowboys. He was streaming Lord of the Rings online. So, search function might just be a matter of UI scaling. What were we doing? Show completed? Yeah, you might just need to stretch the box. What do you get if you grab the corner and drag? Oh, I guess that's not resizable, is it? Interesting. So I've sold off most of my lower level task items, and we'll be doing task item turn-ins probably in Bree now, and that's okay. Now, I have made one other change, and we'll get to that. I'm still reviewing some of the stuff we were talking about. Play mini characters, level them up together. That just multiplies your inflow of Lotro points so that you can unlock stuff later. Be frugal. Something that you buy with Lotro points. If it only benefits one character, it's expensive. If it's account-wide, it's less expensive. And some of the things you're going to need to buy are going to be things like extra character slots. If you're playing free-to-play, you only get 2 per server. And that sounds like very little, but that's why I suggest you start out playing on 2 or 3 different servers. If you can get 4 or 6 characters all going at the same time, it gives you a chance to play a variety of classes. Yo, Big Ed, red and white game is tomorrow. Yeah, it sounds like they had so many injuries during spring practice, they weren't even sure if they were going to be able to play a regular football game. We'll see how it goes. Tommy Lawless has... Mrs. Mustafa just really wants her presence to be known tonight. It's cold and allergy season here in Nebraska. We don't have colds, but spring allergies have definitely been a thing for both me and Mrs. M. I'm having a pretty good day, but she tends to cough and sneeze occasionally. So she's fine, doing well, married to me, living the dream. Bacchus won't be able to join you this evening. The power's off here, and I'm sitting in the dark on a laptop tethered to my phone. Well, Bacchus, I hope the power comes on again soon sometime. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. Newton says, that sucks. I want to look at an old epic from Angmar to see where I left off. Bacchus has his hunter on Crick about halfway through the Breeze Slayer and Explorations deed. Got him to 22, so I'll run him through the skirm into when the power's back on. There you go. Newton says, yeah, mine is right over it too. You might try scaling the UI up or down. That's a thing. Let's take a look at that. If we go into options, UI settings, tooltips. Yeah, here we are. UI scaling. See, if you click on that, if you have that adjusted, that can mess up how some of the stuff maps out. So you might need to get in there and adjust some stuff, resize some things, reset some things. You ought to be able to go in and look at completed deeds really without any problems at all. Show completed is not a problem. So... oh, that's plus or minus zoom, I guess. Otherwise, I've got 134 completed quests. So, as you play free-to-play, being a completionist tends to come naturally. You need to, I called it wiping your deed log. And we looked at the Arid Lewin deed log for Warsteinik, as a matter of fact. Excuse me. Oh, I switched to full screen instead of windowed and it fixed it. There you go. That helps. Yeah, those little adjustments to the UI will go a long way towards helping. Oh, there, that closed them all anyway. You can't... well, I don't know why I can't open them all. That's very strange. So, yeah, you should be able to check that. If you can't, then you just need to adjust a display setting somewhere. But yeah, let's take a look at the deed log. Again, we'll show that off. For Arid Lewin. Deeds of Eriador. There it is. everything's done in Arid Loon. That's what I mean by wiping your deed log. Make sure you complete everything. And in order to do that, you're going to have to kill a bunch of stuff to finish the Slayer deeds. You're going to have to cover the map to get all the Explorer points. You're going to need to work on getting a lot of quests done, because there was 3 of them. Here it is. Defender of Arid Loon, Hero of Arid Loon, Ally of Arid Loon. Those are quest completion metas. And as you complete numbers of quests, 10 quests, 20 quests, 30 quests probably? No, where's Hero of Arid Loon? Yeah, 30 quests in Arid Loon. You complete those, and those are worth cumulatively 15 plus 10 plus 10. So that was 45 Lotro points just for getting 30 quests done. I mean, you're out there doing quests anyway. That's how you level up. But that's what I mean by wiping your deed log. Play multiple characters, not just 1 or 2. 4 or 6 is a good start. And then wipe your deed log on each of the characters. And do it in all 3 starter areas. You want to move out. You want to get to the upper level stuff. You want to keep leveling. It's fun. But there's so many Lotro points to be gained at the lower levels that it's just nuts to not. Also, this will give me the opportunity to change my milestone location, because I don't have to come back to Gondaman all the time anymore. I'm going to move on, which is a good thing. What was I prattling on about a second ago? Hordler says there was a deed log spreadsheet back in the day. Not sure if they still have it updated. Gipio checking in. Pont and Finberry is here. Zinger says character slots are on sale this week. Be cheap and only buy stuff when on sale. Zinger's absolutely right. I invited him to join us, and that offer still stands. Zinger has probably played free-to-play as long as I have. We're both longtime free-to-play players. Zinger's extremely knowledgeable, and I would welcome him sharing his thoughts on it. But buying things only when they're on sale is a really good way to stretch your Lotro points. If you can get away with not paying full price for stuff, it just makes adding to the account much easier. And in fact, we might do that tonight. I've got, I don't know, I can look. For some reason, I haven't been able to get the in-browser store up. But with the 4 characters I've been working, combining their Lotro points, I'm at 425. Now, I mentioned that I have spent some points already, so let's go to sales. Yeah, they're down from 595 to 446. So one of my goals for tonight is to get enough extra Lotro points to buy an extra character slot. And that's actually right at the top of my shopping list right now. I haven't bought the riding skill on any characters. I haven't bought any horses. The one thing that I have spent Lotro points on, I'm at 425 and I need 446 to get an extra character slot. So that would be Lotro points well spent. I spent 95 points unlocking 5 auction slots. And the reason I did that, one, it was account-wide, so it was very inexpensive to do. Every character on every server now has access to 5 sell slots in the auction house. And the reason is that basically it's a shortcut to getting extra gold. And there are still things you can buy with just plain old in-game currency that go a long way towards improving the quality of life of a Lotro player. Shared storage is going to be fairly expensive, but housing storage is not. So one of the things I'll be wanting to do is going ahead and getting a house. If we take a look at the wallet here, now, this is a level 18 character. He's already got almost 3 gold pieces. And you have to remember, horses cost about 5 gold, or I don't remember because I haven't bought a horse in a long time. We'll take a look at that. but I haven't bought the riding skill yet. You have to buy the riding skill per character. It's relatively expensive to do, and if you're still in the starter areas, you don't really need the riding skill. It's nice, it's convenient, but it's not that big of a deal. But I was able to sell fish and make some money, and I'm a little disappointed the fish aren't selling for a gold piece each like they have been, but they are selling. I've been getting probably 500 silver a piece for the fish I've sold, and that's fine. I mean, I can always catch more fish, but what I have been able to do is buy more vault storage with just plain old gold. I can get a house and pay for that with just plain old in-game gold, and then I'll have housing storage available. It'll be much easier for me to hand off stuff back and forth between characters without having to mail it and pay mail fees. Not that those are usually particularly significant. But let's get back to Bree. You know, as a free-to-play character, I use the stable master routes probably a lot more than folks who have swift travel or who only play hunters because they don't like to have to use stable master's horses. But you can still get around very quickly between the 3 starter areas too. So you need to pick what you're going to spend your Lotro points on and make sure you get maximum value. Like I said, one of my goals is to have a complete crafting circle on each of the servers that I play on, meaning I've got an armorer, a tailor, I've got a scholar, I've got a jeweler, I've got a cook, I've got a woodworker, I've got, you know, you want all the vocations covered, and you can do that with 4 characters. But that means you have to have 4 character slots on each server. So adding an extra character slot to each of the servers I'm playing on, what's nice about that is that 446 points sounds expensive, but if I'm playing on 2 servers, then it's only 220 points per slot. And if I'm playing on 3 servers, then, you know, do the math. It's 160 points per slot. Maybe 180 points per slot. So the more servers you're playing on, the better value class-wide purchases, and the more characters you're playing. Edie checking in. Tux Ramus is here. Egather says 500 silver for your first plus 62% horse. Less with Men of Bree discount. There we go. Thank you, Egather. We'll send a shout-out Tux's way. I was laughing, I didn't even think about it, but I've also been playing and streaming Lotro as well as several other games from Linux. And not only am I so cheap I'm free to play in Lotro, but I'm not even paying for Windows, which is a good thing. So, yeah, who knew? Let's see what the Hobbits have for us. Another way you can get easy cash is actually through the Hobbit presence. So money is much easier to come by than it used to be. I remember, well, there we go, massive pile of copper scraps. They just gave me an extra gold piece, so hooray. That makes me feel a lot more comfortable about getting a house tonight.
Good day. How may I help you?
I would like you to buy some copper scraps. And now I've got almost 4 gold pieces instead of just 3. So, I mean, those are the kinds of things that make purchasing a house much more readily accessible. And keeping yourself stocked with in-game currency will take some of the pressure off the Lotro points, because you can buy stuff like storage without having to fall back to Mithril coin, without having to fall back to Lotro point expenditures. And give yourself a little more flexibility. By pleasure, Tux. Now, Baka says the first 3 areas give you 550 Lotro points in a few hours. And, that's what I'm saying is multiply that by 6. If you take 6 characters through the starter areas, you've got 3,000 Lotro points. I mean, you're not going to have a problem unlocking zones, adding stuff. That's really what it's all about. And as Standing Stone Games continues to make updates, they're making it easier and easier to play free to play. And they're doing that intentionally. They want to attract more new players to the game. They want to let you know this doesn't have to be expensive to play. You can spend as little or as much as you want. And if you start playing and you're having fun, go ahead and spend more. I've never said you shouldn't spend money. I've never said you shouldn't, subscribe or go VIP. It does improve the quality of your gaming time. You don't have to spend as much time doing what I call character maintenance stuff. If you don't want to craft, you don't have to craft. Another thing that's gotten easier because of the Hobbit presence, you can go to the skirmish camp. I don't have a character to level 20 yet, and several of these characters have gotten 1,000 marks as just daily Hobbit presence. So we're flush with skirmish camp currency, and you can go to the skirmish camp and get weapons and jewelry and armor and crafting items and whatever you want to buy there without having to go grind for that stuff too. Because the amount of marks that you get starts out fairly slowly, and you have to skirmish a lot to start stockpiling those, and now you've got a big head start on that currency as well. Skins, what else we got? Looks like we've just got a couple task items we can turn in right now. But I mentioned before that the reason task item turn-ins are so important, it's free experience points, and I've mentioned before the number of benefits that you get. I mean, I've droned on about this for years too. You get experience points, you get item experience points, you get reputation points, you earn titles, you earn cosmetics, and mostly it helps get junk out of your bags. But at higher levels, it also gives you War Steed experience points. But that contribution to your reputation is really a big boost. And the reason for that is those reputation deeds. Even Arid Lewin known is 5 Lotro points. Friend is 10 Lotro points. Ally is 15 Lotro points. You get 20 Lotro points for Kindred. That's 50 Lotro points for maxing out your rep in Arid Lewin. 50 points for maxing out your rep in the Shire. 50 points for maxing out your rep in Bree. And all of that adds up significantly. That's a lot of Lotro points as you go through those starter zones. And it just contributes, and the more that you do to get your rep up faster, then the more the Lotro points just come rolling in. So that's one of the reasons why, as a free-to-play player, you want to get your rep up as fast as you can. It just makes things easier from that regard. Let's see what I've got open for quests here in Bree. I should be done with Arid Lewin, except for, I got him into Breetown. No time for tours. I guess I haven't picked up a lot of quests yet. That's okay. We'll start doing that tonight. I think I came over and started poking around. I didn't really do a whole lot yet. So I've actually got 5 quests in the hopper, and we'll go ahead and tag them. One of them's a meta to go find 3 named bad guys and whack them. Talk to the mayor, talk to Constable Underhill. It's interesting, that sends me back. We can go back up there. I haven't done Combe or Staddle or any of the earlier areas. And I might need to hit some exploration points that direction. Thought I needed to talk to Butterbur. Maybe that's not a thing. Can buy a kin house too, if so, yes. If you don't hit 20 this evening, do you want me to create a kin on Crickhead? Yeah, okay. Zinger says, this man on the internet told me to fill my pockets with shattered hatchets. Hey, I turned in all 900 of those shattered hatchets for task items. That's a true story. Hard Hit checking in. Hello, Hard Hit. Good to see you. I know I said hi to Edie earlier. Always good to see Edie. I love rep points for my hunter. Yeah, if you're playing a hunter or a warden, those rep points unlock travel points much more quickly too. Just lots and lots of benefits. A lot of the early factions allow you to craft for rep as well. Very true. That's one of the reasons why I like crafting. Although I wish we had something better to do with our... They need to fix crafting. I'll just go ahead and say that. Crafting used to be useful, and now if the only thing crafting is good for is grinding for rep, it ain't that useful.
Greetings. Would you do something for me?
Talk to Guardsman Otley. And I went looking for it. There used to be... There was a little Easter egg hidden in here somewhere, where if you looked under one of the staircases, there was something going on. And I don't know if they removed it, it got updated out. Anybody remember what I was talking about? Yeah, it must not be in here anymore. I think this got revised and that might have gotten changed out. There's like this little hidden invisible show going on under a staircase somewhere in here. Oh, it's under the first landing right there? Okay. Behind the crates. Not here. Yeah. Where do I go up here? First landing. No, there's not really anything going on up here. Nothing there. Nothing going on there. I don't see it. The crate's up on the landing. Oh, over here. Okay. There it is. Okay, we've got a little boy. My toys come to life. I swear if you stare at them long enough, they move. And I think for a long time, until Riders of Rohan came out, this was the only kid in the whole game. Hi, not Nick Cage. Tonight I am on Crick Hollow, not Nick Cage. Val says, that has to be one of my favorite things about Lotro, the small details. Yeah, I always like showing off the Goldilocks house in Western Rohan, too. It's fun stuff. Thank you for leading me back to that, because I'm not very bright. Val always likes coming by Lotro stream because she knows that Hard Hit can't shout her out here. Oh, she got shouted out anyway. Sorry, Val. Welcome. And we're shouting out Tommy Lawless. Be sure to check out Tommy's channel. We love to support our fellow streamers here on Lotro Stream. God knows if I was the most interesting person on Twitch, Twitch would have shut down years ago. So we got to shout out people who are actually fun to watch occasionally. What else are we doing here? Guardsman Otley. Constable Underhill. Go talk to some people who need you. Blade of Renown. Ah. Val's got a gift for Hard Hit. You can see the Hobbit child in the Shire and the Ivy Bush Inn in Hobbiton. Really? Ponton is very, very good on lore. Always enjoy having Ponton hanging out in chat. He is a fountain of information. Anti-gnome spray. Perfect. Well, I thought I'd run into Guardsman Otley over here somewhere. Nope. Oh, that's Breetown to Trestlebridge. Yeah, I'm not quite ready for Trestlebridge yet. 18th level champ, though, fairly well geared. We can go get into a lot of trouble in a good way. Hard Hit actually subscribed to somebody just to get a hold of some of their gnome-themed emoticons, just to troll Val with. There we go. So yeah, the Shire and Bree are the only children you see until you get to Dunland and Galtrev. Then after that, it's Rohan. I did not realize... Oh, there are children in Galtrev. You're not wrong. One of them is a quest bestower. Forgot about him, too. I forget a lot of things, Mrs. Mustafa will tell you. I'd like to think it's lack of sleep.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Would you do something for me?
Find evidence of the brigand's loyalty, and what do you need?
Hear me out, traveler.
Talk to the Smiths. And if we can collect some barrow iron while we're out here, that would be a good thing. Thanks, I hate it. You know, Hard Hit, when Val finally catches you in real life and sets you on fire, we'll all be like, yeah, you kind of had that coming. We'll feel bad about it, but... I have found a strange medallion. Val and Mrs. M gonna team up. Yeah, it's probably a good idea, because to be perfectly frank, I think Mrs. M will need help hiding my body. I think her strategy's just been to, murder me and not try to hide the body and call the cops. Yeah, he's dead. Talk to these 300 people who will tell you he had it coming. Val's going to be in a similar position. I think hard hit would be a lot nicer to Val if he had an attorney explain to him what mitigating circumstances are. Yeah, so when she stabs you, this is what she's going to claim in court. And then the judge and jury will let her go. Oh, that's what mitigating circumstances are. Let's see if there are any Smiths over here who happen to know anything about... Where is he? Over here? Yep. Hello, Kenton.
How can I be of service? Stay a moment.
Find Nate. Nate didn't make it. New deed, Breland adventurer. Getting the blade back. So, one of the other nice things about playing free-to-play is when I log into this account now, I've got 4 different characters that can go different directions with different playing styles. And, we were talking about the variety of play and being able to do whatever you want. And, now I can come on here. I can play any of 4 different character classes. I can go to the Shire. I can go to Breland. If I wanted to take the champion out towards Trestle Bridge, I could. No point in pressing out yet. I've got a lot of extra Lotro points to gather before I move on. Trying to figure out what Mrs. M's listening to. She's doing a pretty good job of trying to keep the volume down for me tonight. I appreciate that. But for snacks tonight, I've got Cheez-It Grooves. I didn't think she'd be in the mood for doing pizza rolls tonight, so got a full bag in the freezer, though.
What can I do for you?
Took the broken hilt to the dwarf. So now we got a couple of quests we can turn in. In your honor, he left garden gnomes outside on my porch. Nate the Late. I know what you're thinking. Uh-oh. Ed's out of Coke Zero. We're in trouble. I got a couple cans of the hard stuff. We got I have a couple of different varieties. This one is just citrus, I think. Yep. They also have a watermelon citrus. This is pretty good. It basically just tastes like the Walmart version of Mountain Dew, but it's pretty tasty. And it's loaded with caffeine, plus it's got some, nutrients and stuff.
It is an insult. Will you stop and hear my accursed tale?
What can I do for you?
Well, it's been a long sleep deprived. There you go. That's how sleep deprived I am. It's been a long sleep deprived week. Meet Grimbriar's spy. I can do that. What does the dwarf need?
Is a moment of your time too much to ask?
Bring the items to repair the sword. I ordered some iron brew to try. It's a Scottish soda. Oh, that sounds yummy. There we are. There are benefits to subscribing to Lotro. Go to the Become a VIP page here. Definitely worth checking out. Like I said, free to play is definitely not the only way to go. The benefits of going VIP are substantial and will be enjoyed frequently if you choose to do so. But I started doing this series of streams because I've just been amazed at how many people are like, oh, Lotro is so tough to play free to play. It's like, no, it's not. Where's his spy? Over here.
You startled me.
Oh no, I've been followed by Sharky's men. Here they come. Spy handed you a bundle of notes and then ran off. Collected the informer's notes. It used to be a much harder fight. Iron brew is a bit sweet. Can't think of anything to say it tastes like. Beyond being sweet, though. The crafting time acceleration is a big time saver. Crafting is free to play, can be quite time consuming. Don't I know? That's, and again, my style of play isn't going to suit a lot of people, but there are nights where I come home from work and I'm just chilling. I'll log in and do task item turn-ins and just go do crafting stuff, and I'll sit here and... matter of fact, last night I watched the movie Dirty Work with Norm Macdonald while I was actually doing some crafting and character maintenance stuff. To me, that's just relaxing chill time. I like it. Ooh, that's a nice bow upgrade. Leggings I don't need. Bracelet of Fate. I think the bow's the winner.
Might have taken a moment
I
of
will
your
take
time.
it. Collect the notes and return them to Chief Watcher Grimbriar. I can do that. And... Pamoose 1911 says, I returned to play and just saw that we were getting a lot of free stuff. Yeah, Lotro's great for relaxing. Yeah, Pamoose, the update 33 is going to unlock a whole bunch of content for free, and this series is all about how to play free to play and not have to spend money if you don't want to. And some of the tricks to making sure you always have enough Lotro points. So this guy's got iron strips, I think.
Why are you bothering me?
Iron straps, excuse me. Pork chops for dinner. I made dinner last night when I got home. I had to pick up a prescription at the Walmart neighborhood grocery anyway, so I stopped in there to buy stuff to make dinner. I bought 2 ears of corn, which was exciting. I actually got to husk corn. As a native Nebraskan, we get excited anytime we get to husk corn. It's a big deal here. And then 3 potatoes, an onion, 5 bratwurst, and a can of sauerkraut. And I grilled the bratwurst on the stovetop, and then dropped them into a 5-quart Dutch oven, along with the sauerkraut and the corn cobs to steam. While I made home fries, and I needed a little extra liquid, and in a stroke of genius or accidental good luck, Mrs. M had half a gallon of apple juice just sitting out on the counter. I was like, oh, that'll go perfect. Cabbage and apples go really well together. I've had cabbage apple slaw before. Again, sleep deprived, so if I tend to stumble over a couple of words, don't worry, I'm not wasted on cough syrup. I just need some sleep, but I've got enough caffeine to keep me going tonight, so that'll be a good thing. But I added some apple juice to the sauerkraut while the brats and corn were steaming. Oh, it just did a wonderful job of just sort of lifting the whole dish and adding some sweetness. It's like sweet and sour sauerkraut, and the corn picked up some of that flavoring with the grilled brats, and then the little bit of onion with the potatoes. I hadn't really spent any time trying to fry potatoes on the stovetop lately. That was just more work than I wanted. So if I had to do it over again, I probably would have picked a different starch to go with dinner. But it was yummy. It smelled great while I was cooking it. It just took a really long time to get the potatoes cooked, even though I had them chopped up into relatively small pieces. But we got through it, and dinner was super yummy. And adding that apple juice to the sauerkraut was, like I said, mostly dumb luck, but I'll call it a stroke of genius. Seems like going into the grocery store lately, I don't know if you guys can relate to this or not, but I play a game called What Protein is Actually in Stock That I Can Afford to Buy. Because, man, hamburgers $6 a pound, and chicken has gone up in price. They know that people are going to be buying chicken and pork to replace the ground beef or the beef that they can't afford. So those prices have gotten jacked way up. And, I mean, it's gotten to the point where, it makes stuff like shrimp look affordable that used to be something you might not buy. Mrs. Mustafa loves shrimp, so we eat shrimp all the time anyway. But it was one of those things to where like all the pork chops had gotten marked up, but the bratwurst hadn't. So it's like, we'll go with kind of a quasi-German dinner. Brats and kraut and home-style potatoes. And turned out to be quite yummy. But I have a hard time even picking out a menu to cook until I walk through the store, because a lot of the times, like boneless, skinless chicken thighs are normally cheap and readily available, and I haven't been able to find them lately. They're sold out. I think it's just because they're affordable. A lot more people are probably buying those and cooking with them than used to. The air fryer does fantastic potatoes. It's just a pain to clean. Tux Ramus has noticed the cost of everything going up. Linda has a character like that. All he does is farming and cooking. He's level 40 plus. Nice. Del Boy. Pamu says, oh yeah, the last time I played was like 9 or 10 years ago, so it's good to be back, and good job, by the way. Thank you. I like how you do get a reasonable amount of XP from crafting. I've had several characters I don't play other than crafting who are 40 plus. We pick up a month of pork at $1.20 a pound, but we have to buy 2 large roasts to cut up into scrap and steak cuts. Yeah, Mrs. Mustafa and I don't have a particularly big fridge or freezer, so... But she made one of her Larry the Cable Guy dinners the other night. We still have a few boxes of those around. And we did it with ground turkey. Turkey seems to be one of the proteins that hasn't caught quite up to everything else inflation-wise yet. So we can still get good ground turkey for $2.99 a pound. It's normally in the freezer section, and it takes a couple days for it to thaw out. But, you know, decent ground turkey has enough fat in it that if you're mixing it in something like a box dinner or, you know, a simple spaghetti bolognese or something like that, it's almost indistinguishable from ground beef. Good substitute, affordable. Capilabage Stew. Coviette says, hi, hello. Yeah, we use ground turkey for tacos. Another perfect use for it. And you can tell yourself it's healthier and leaner, but really, if it's 20% fat ground beef or 20% ground turkey, you're still eating about 20% fat. Nothing wrong with that. Fat isn't necessarily unhealthy, particularly in a balanced diet. Although it is good to get out of your gaming chair and go for a walk occasionally. I'm happy that spring is here. I get to go out and chase airplanes. I think we might be going to a fun fly in Waverly tomorrow. It actually snowed here last night. Got well below freezing. It's been kind of cold and windy all day. But the sun came out and it did warm up in the afternoon. I'm a dwarf champion, so I'm just going to murder you all. Goodbye. This is Mustafa using the back scratcher. Did you want a Cheez-It Groove, Pookie? This is the hot and spicy cheddar.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm. All Cheez-Its are good.
Sure.
I don't know what the worst Cheez-It ever made is, but it was probably still delicious. Thought somebody over here had like some notes I need to collect. I'll collect this silver. HelloFresh did a yummy sweet chili turkey lettuce wrap a few weeks ago. That was so good that I'm ordering it again in May. Yeah, our friends that we went to Ethiopian food with a week or two ago who aren't having money problems, as I very clearly stated the week after I got talked to. They've been doing HelloFresh and liking it quite a bit. Although there's a funny story about a camping trip they went on that was just a comedy of errors, where they... did I ever find those notes? Collect the notes and return. It's got a check mark next to it, so I guess I'm ready to return. I must have gotten the notes. They took some of their HelloFresh meals with them, camping, and I'll simply refer to her as Duressa, forgot to bring the protein along, so it's like, well, are we going to have rice with shredded carrots for dinner? Now let's go into town. So, if you're going to do that, make sure you keep the meals all together. That's the lesson. Val, she'll be back. We ain't eating a damn thing today, and you guys are talking about... It's a Lotro stream. You know we're going to be talking about food, Val. I don't even start unless I've got snacks ready. That's just crazy. You don't come to a Lotro stream ill-prepared and hungry.
Greetings. Stay a moment.
I'm kind of a combination mukbang and Lotro streamer. How was my pronunciation there, Pookie?
Mukbang.
Mukbang. All right.
Actually, it's spelled out like muck, M-U-K-B-A-N-G.
Uh-huh.
But it's mukbang.
Mukbang. Okay.
That's the correct Korean pronunciation.
Mukbang.
Mukbang.
How would you know? You're
Hey,
from South Dakota.
English was my second language.
All right.
Korean was my first.
All right. Even though you don't really speak it anymore?
How's your drink?
You can try it. It's the citrus flavor. It just basically tastes like Diet Dew.
Is it sugar-free?
Yes.
Might I take a moment of your time?
I think I took a sip of this
Yeah, I think
stuff
you like the apple
once,
strawberry better.
and I was up till 5 in the morning.
Yeah. It does have some nutrients in it, too. I can put on my reading glasses and shine a light on it and try to read them, but I won't.
That's not bad.
Yeah. It's only 99 cents a can, too. That's what I'm about. Value. How to play Lotro free to play. What the best low-cost energy drinks are. What to buy at Walmart when you have to cook Mrs. Mustafa dinner. I don't even need to kill this Southern Raider, but I'm going to do it just because he was looking at me funny. Boom! Brigand Slayer complete. There's more Lotro points right there. Linda says, I'm going to turn in early since I only get a mini shower now. You know, when you get home, Tux Ramus is going to be used to hot showers. You're not going to... Oh, boy, that's going to mess up your whole world. Got to be up early to help the mom. Have a great night, all. Like I said, give our love to your mom, Linda. Glad you traveled safely. And, yeah, just take care. We'll talk to you again soon. I might be ahead of myself. I should probably get the other quest going. So there's a girl I need to rescue up there by the captain's tent, and I don't have that quest vectored in yet, so we'll come back to that. Tux is getting spoiled with hot water. Now I've just got this image of Tux Ramus sitting in a big soapy bathtub full of warm bath water. His hair all wrapped up in a towel, candles lit, potpourri burning. Just enjoying having the bathroom all to himself, all the hot water he wants. As much as we love our wives, when the rare opportunity comes along to bachelor it a little bit, we definitely do take full advantage.
How can I be of service? Would you do something for me?
Now we go talk to Ironbeard. It's a nice shirt, but it's vendor bait. A blade for life. I'm thinking about sending Mrs. Mustafa away to summer camp this year just so I can have some time to myself. But if I did that, I'd have to do laundry, so it's probably worth it to keep her around. Plus, cooking for one is no fun. Even cooking for two can be a challenge. A lot of times it's just as cheap to go out to eat. But my food choices at work are so crappy that I just hate. I can't eat out of a paper bag twice in the same day, is a good way to put it. So the idea of bringing pizza home or bringing burgers home, it's just like, I don't want to do that again.
It is an insult.
Today we had a new food truck pull up across from the office, though. There's that little grocery store right by the operations center where I work. And I bought them out of corn nuts. I might be the only person who ever bought corn nuts in their store. What does he want me to do? Collect stolen goods. Oh, now we go rescue the girl. Cool. And there's they get food trucks who pull up over there and hang out in the parking lot occasionally. There's a corn dog guy who's there almost every week. And I've heard that the corn dogs are good, but it's like, yeah, I can go get good hot dogs somewhere else. I don't really need to go get corn dogs in particular for me. I don't mind a corn dog once in a while. It's not anything I get too excited about. I like a good hot dog, but corn dogs, it's not really how I like my hot dogs. But I haven't tried the corn dog vendor who pulls up to the grocery store across the street. And I looked over there today because I had no idea what I wanted to do for lunch. And there was another food truck that showed up. And I went over there and got hooked up. And it's one of those deals, the trap with a food truck is if you walk up to the food truck and look at the menu, you kind of feel obligated to order because it's like, you don't want to look at their menu and be like, yeah, I don't want anything, thanks, bye. And it's like, well, what'd you walk up here for? And I kind of ran into that because I looked and everything was like $10 to $15, and it's like, you don't have anything that's $6. And they didn't. It was fairly heavily priced. Plus, it turned out to be a burger food truck, which, if I had known that, I probably wouldn't have stopped, because burgers are one of the main choices we have available to us out in Gretna, Nebraska. There's a Sonic, there's a Runza that does pretty good burgers, there's a McDonald's, there's a bunch of diners and sports bars that do burgers. And it was like, oh, gee, just what I needed, another burger choice. But I went ahead and ordered lunch there, and it turned out to be spectacularly good. It was just really, I'm glad I took the plunge. I ordered something they called the Happy Heifer with fries, and it was a double smashed burger with cheese and grilled onion and something they call boom sauce. I think it had some bacon on it. And it was a giant burger on a nice fresh bun. Very well done. The quality of the beef was high. And a big old pile of crinkle cut fries that were seasoned and cooked really well. It wasn't cheap. It was $14, but it was worth the $14. It really was. It was a quality of burger that I would have hoped to have gotten that quality of burger at one of the sports bars out there, and I wouldn't have gotten as good of a burger at the local sports bars, and I would have paid just as much. So I took it back to the office in a box and ate it in the break room, which is one of the reasons why I had some. I like to get away for lunch. Eating at my desk or eating in the break room. I like lunch to be a 60-minute vacation away from work. And so for me to pick up something from the food truck and go back is a little bit of a defeat, but I just couldn't think of anything I wanted. And anything that was different from the usual choices sounded like a good plan today. And it was terrific. It was a good burger. Tommy Lawless is drinking a Canada Dry Ginger Ale right now. Cheers to you, Tommy. Zuckmaster says, "Hi, I'm from Quebec, Canada. I'm a Guardian level 52 in the Moria. Awesome." Spaghetti Believer says, "What is your favorite Loader theme song?" Diggy Diggy Hole? I don't know. I like the Came In Like a Mountain Troll sung by Gollum. Yeah, you should come over here and I'm going to murder you and your friends all at the same time. Champion. Diggy Diggy Hole is a great song. Come here, I'm going to murder you and your friends together. Let's all get in a group. And down they go. There's so much good in-game music, though. And remember, if you just want to listen to Lotro theme music while you're doing anything, you can go to the Lotro channel on YouTube, L-O-T-R-O, Lotro, and all of the music from the game is available to play there as sound files. Very generous of Standing Stone to make that available. It includes the award-winning Chance Thomas sections. Yeah, enjoy it. Cuddle Puddle, just with swords, exactly. I collected a stained letter. And some stolen goods. And we'll go rescue what's-her-name, because she's locked in a cart. What's her name? Maribel. Maribel Thistleway.
Oh dear.
Come on, Maribel, let's get you out of here. Who wants some? Come on. Let's go. Let's get you all murdered. The Witcher should be this easy. What's something useless I don't need? Broken daggers. Oh man, damn it. Now I'm mad. I gotta start that whole quest over again. I might just need to open up the card again, actually. That would be nice. Hello? That's a problem. She hasn't respawned. Not sure how to reset that. We'll go peek again. There she is. Alright, try not to run off and get killed this time. Actually, it was my own fault for looting. And she did take off, didn't she? Where the hell did she go? Oh, she's back here. Okay. That was super weird. Quit hitting her. Alright, now we can go. I thought she ran out here for some reason. Quit hitting her. Okay, she's rescued now. He did not make it. We got him. I think there's an exploration point over here just to the right. We'll go check it out and make sure I've tagged it. I could look it up on the deed log. Noodles obtained. Awesome. Man, Mrs. Mustafa... Noodle crazy. That woman loves noodles more than anybody I've ever seen in my... And don't get me... I love noodles too, but, you know, spaghetti, ramen, pho. Pho's one of my favorite things in the whole world. Vietnamese beef noodle soup. It's all terrific. I like lo mein. I'll get lo mein a lot when I go out for Chinese food. Japanese udon noodles or soba noodles, terrific. But she just goes through noodles like nobody I've ever seen. She'll go to the Asian market and buy $100 worth of noodles. That's a lot of noodles. The Hillshire Ruins. This used to be a Hillshire farm store when there was still a mall, but now it's just all in decay and covered with bears. The bears were attracted by the leftover Hillshire Farms meat and cheese selections. So I must have flagged that already. Good thing. Ponton agrees noodles are good. Tux Ramus loves noodles. Pad Thai. Now that's eating noodles. Man, I love Pad Thai. In fact, I was joking with somebody that on Valentine's Day I came home with shrimp Pad Thai for the two of us and some chicken coconut soup. And because of that, Mrs. Mustafa begrudgingly agreed to be my Valentine again for the next year. She was hoping to get out of it, but since I brought her shrimp and noodles, she really kind of felt obligated. These guys are just some bonus brigands I get to murder since I'm on my way back through here. They're part of a different quest. You'll notice these guys aren't really that far below my level. Dark Blue's, what, just below level? And they're barely scratching me. One of the nice things about crafting early on, I'm really well geared up. I think I'm in level 15 armor? Yeah. But I got good stats, good quality armor for level. Crafting your own at these lower levels is really a good way to go. You don't have to craft to be free to play, but it sure doesn't hurt. Alright, let's murder them all. Val says shrimp pad thai is the best thing ever. It's right up there. When I was going to school, we used to order this from this Thai place down the street, and I would get shrimp pad thai and their fried rice. Best Thai food I've ever had. I've always found it interesting that Vietnamese food and Thai food are their own individual things. And if you ever get a chance to try Cambodian food, that's unique. Here in the States, you either have to live in Southern California or actually know somebody from Cambodia. Not as common as some of the other ethnic choices out there. But, I'd love to try Malaysian food sometime. Omaha's got a pretty good variety, but there's some we don't have. We don't have a Filipino restaurant, which kind of blows my mind. It's like, why is nobody opened a Filipino restaurant? And sometimes they'll have little restaurants out by the air base. Stratcom, Epley Airfield. Epley Airfield's the municipal airport. Again, sleep deprived. Offutt Air Force Base. Thank you, Pookie. Formerly known as SAC, Strategic Air Command. It's about 15 or 20 miles south near Bellevue, Nebraska, halfway between Bellevue and Plattsmouth. And there'll be a lot of little Asian restaurants that open up near the base, and sometimes they'll get a little more variety. I don't get down that direction a lot, though. It's not... People are like, oh, have you ever eaten at this place in Bellevue? It's like, nobody from... You don't go to Bellevue if you're already in Omaha. If I lived in Plattsmouth, I could see going to Bellevue once in a while, but...
Greetings.
How can I be of service?
There we go. And then a lot of times I don't hear about them. If we have a Filipino restaurant, I guess is my point, it's probably down by Bellevue somewhere, and I would have to go looking for it. But would love to be able to try more Filipino food than what I've had available. We don't go to Ravenholm. There you go. Ponton says, we get packed noodles they ship from Italy. They seal them up with different stuff and herbs. Quite tasty. That sounds good. What do we want to get rid of? Yeah, we'll just pop this morale booster for now.
What do you need?
Don't need the shoulder guards.
Stay a moment.
Grimbrier's Scouts. Where are you scouting? Oh, the Vale of Andrath. Okay. And I'm going to go talk with Kenton Thistleway. Because we just rescued his daughter. And we'll find a vendor and vendor some stuff, because I need to do that. What's Korean food like? Mrs. Mustafa's still awake. I don't want her to hear me say this, but Korean food is by and large delicious. Although I'll deny saying that later. But everything about Korean food is designed to make you crave plain white rice. It tends to be very sweet, very oniony, very garlicky, very salty, very spicy. But everything contrasts with the rice, and the rice is the palate cleanser. It's the base. Nice sword. Nice earring. Really nice earring. And I don't really need the pants. I guess we'll take the earring. Have to give up might for vitality, but probably worth it. So... if you've never had Korean food before and you get the chance, beef bulgogi is usually the intro dish to Korean food. It is thinly sliced ribeye steak that is grilled after being marinated overnight in soy sauce and sugar with garlic and onion. And it's quite tasty. It's delicious. It's sweet and savory at the same time. And when you eat a Korean dinner, you not only get your entree, they serve a variety of panchan, which are little side dishes. Typically just pickled vegetables, bean sprouts, maybe some spinach, maybe some sliced daikon radish, potato. But they'll serve little side dishes of vegetables. And you kind of take bites of that while you're taking bites of your you'll have a bite of bulgogi with some rice. Then you might grab a little bit of bean sprouts and eat that. And then you might eat another bite of bulgogi. And then have a slice of kimchi. There's a whole variety of kimchi. When Americans think of kimchi, they think of Chinese cabbage that's been, or bok choy, that's been rubbed with spicy bean paste and fermented. But you can have radish kimchi, you can have cabbage kimchi, you can have different vegetables can be kimchied. And a lot of Americans are like, oh, kimchi's disgusting and it smells bad. Kimchi is designed to be like the pickle you eat alongside your sandwich at the deli. It's not that you're going to sit there and eat bunches of kimchi by itself. It's that you might grab a slice of kimchi with some rice and eat that as a palate cleanser between bites of bulgogi. It's like the horseradish with your prime rib would be another good example. It's a contrast. It's a palate reset. Because if you just sit there and eat the bulgogi and it's like sweet marinated salty, sweet marinated salty, sweet marinated salty, you don't want to keep. And most Asian food is, in fact, most good food is this way. It's about contrast. That's why you have hot fudge sundaes. You get the hot, you get the cold. That's why salted caramel's so popular. You get the salty, you get the sweet. And the kimchi provides a nice contrast to the bulgogi. There's another Korean dish that if you haven't had it, you're missing out, called galbi or kalbi, where it's thin slices of beef short rib that have been marinated and grilled, and it's like rib candy. It's delicious meat, and they slice them so they're these little thin bones that have an outer ring of meat around them, and it's tender and chewy and delicious. And I've been a big fan of the pork bulgogi lately, where instead of being in a soy and sugar marinade, it's actually in a spicy pepper marinade. And it's braised pork, and it's hot and spicy and yummy and good. Bears crave honey. Yeah, I guess I can take that quest. I'm out here running around anyway. These guys have some more quests over here. We'll pick those up. Another staple of Korean food is, and Mrs. Mustafa laughs at me when I try to pronounce this and says I don't pronounce it right. And then when she tries to correct me, I don't hear the difference between what I said and what she said. But bibimbap, did you want to correct that, honey?
Bibimbap.
It's a rice dish, and what's special about it is they put steamed rice in a ceramic bowl that's super hot. And what happens is that outer crust of rice gets crunchy from the heat from the bowl. And then they'll put different toppings on top of it. You might get some cooked beef, some vegetables, an egg, some... what else goes in bibimbap, honey?
Bean sprouts.
And they'll usually serve a little bit of broth or soup with it. But you just kind of mix everything up, get the egg stirred in, and just eat the whole thing. It basically essentially turns into like a combo fried rice dish, but with that crunchy rice from the heated ceramic bowl. It's got a unique texture and flavor to it. It's really good. It's also one of the few dishes that I have a buddy who doesn't like onion, and typically it's not served with a bunch of onion, although I'm sure individual recipes vary. I don't think I need to kill wolves yet. Oh yeah, I do need to kill wolves. All right. Goodbye, wolf. But Korean menus will typically have entree soups. Kalbitang is it's like a beef short rib soup. What's your bean soup that you like, honey? Yukijang. Is that shredded beef?
Yep.
Yeah, beef and mung bean. Noodles, different vegetables in a spicy broth. Hot and spicy squid isn't a soup, but it's a seafood dish. And that's a really cool dish to order if you're out with somebody who's not used to Asian food, because it just looks like a hot and spicy pile of tentacles. That's the kind of dish you order if you want to freak out somebody who's not used to trying new things. But by coincidence, when we go out with our friends who we went to Ethiopian food with, their son is a big fan of squid, and he'll usually order that if we go out for Korean food. Matthew likes his squid, and that's actually a tasty dish too. The squid is nice and substantial without being tough or chewy, and the spiciness with the vegetables is a nice combination. So yeah, there's lots of good Korean stuff. Tommy Lawless says, I could literally eat pork fried dumplings every day. Absolutely. Edie says, I throw those deli pickles away. Man, no way. You gotta eat the pickle with your sandwich. I remember going to a Korean place in Thailand. You sat at the table with a fire in the middle and cooked the meat right there. Yep, that's pretty popular. Some Japanese restaurants will do that too, grilling at the table. Like the Japanese call it yakitori. And then hot pot cooking is pretty common, sukiyaki style. Most of the different Asian cultures will have a version of that. Which, you know, there's plenty of sushi places around, but that original sushi place that we used to go to, Mount Fuji, I've told a couple stories about Mount Fuji before here in Omaha, and they've closed. But there aren't any other Japanese restaurants I know of that are still around that do sukiyaki, which is delicious. And I'm going to have to find a sukiyaki place. That's one of those hot pot meals where you drop the meat and vegetables into a simmering skillet with broth in it and cook everything and kind of cook it and eat it as you go. It's a fun way to dine. The closest thing I can think of, if you haven't experienced that type of cooking and eating, it's sort of like fondue, where you sort of like cook your own food at the table and then eat it as you make it, and then make more and eat that. But instead of cheese, it's usually like soup broth that you're dipping everything in and cooking it. But they'll bring out a pot of, it's almost like an electric griddle or an electric skillet with the soup in it, and they'll heat it up, and then you'll have like sliced meat and vegetables, and you just put it into the broth and cook it right there at the table. And then, you know, the Korean and Japanese restaurants, you'll do some tableside grilling as well. It's all really yummy. Probably not that popular in the States due to the number of lawyers we have looking for liability claims. Was Mount Fuji the one under the bar? Ironically, they had a bar at the Mount Fuji restaurant, the Mai Tai Lounge, I think it was called. And oh man, was that a hopping place. They probably did more bar business than they did restaurant business. But the restaurant was on top and the bar was underneath. The bar was downstairs. And I might have missed a joke. If you've never been to Omaha, you wouldn't know the Mount Fuji Inn. I don't know, maybe FKU Justin knows Omaha. But they were the only Japanese restaurant for ages. But sukiyaki probably shouldn't be on our menu anyway. It's salty and full of fluids. And those are both no-nos for Mrs. Mustafa, so. Oh, you lived in Omaha for 36 years. Yeah, okay, cool. Hello, FKU Justin. He doesn't have anything for me yet. I'm always bragging up Omaha, telling people it doesn't suck as bad as you think it will. The zoo just had 3 baby elephants born this spring. That's pretty cool. And I just want to make sure I credit the right person here. Excuse me while I scroll up. Dark Ruler mentioned the red-white game is tomorrow, the Nebraska spring game. Oh, you're in Elkhorn. Oh, Dark Ruler lives here too. Cool. I almost drove up to Backlot to try the pizza today for lunch and ended up going to the food truck instead. Bears, wolves. I thought there was a Slayer quest for pigs too, or I'll have to pick that up. I must be bleeding or something. No, I was over. So Elkhorn's another bedroom community that is in northwestern Omaha. It's actually part of Omaha now. It got annexed and everybody out there was pretty mad about it. But I think they're getting over it. Dark Ruler can feel free to contradict that if that's not the case. If y'all are still mad about it, just feel free to let me know. I don't have a dog in that fight, so. FKU Justin says, I just started Lotro and absolutely love it. So it's a wonderful game. It is. There's so much to do and so many things to explore, and it's so faithful to Tolkien's original material. I mean, even to the point where if you go to Tom Bombadil's house and look in the backyard, there's actually bean plants growing back there, just like the book says there are. You know, the developers love the original source material, and they've stayed very faithful to it. Nobody at Turbine/Standing Stone Games has ever been accused of taking a, whatever, we'll do what we want kind of attitude. Nobody's ever done anything in Lotro and been like, it don't matter. There's just been loving attention to detail throughout the game's history. And it very much continues, which I think is terrific. Dark Ruler says, yeah, I was upset about it, but I'll live. Yeah. Yeah, when you live in a community, you don't like having your identity pulled away just because, you know, the city of Omaha wants to tax you. Plus, if there's one good thing about working in Gretna and eating in Gretna for lunch, Omaha enacted the stupid 2.5% restaurant tax a few years ago. It was temporary, which means that it's become permanent. Elkhorn probably got hit with that stupid restaurant tax when they got annexed, which wouldn't have made anybody happy. It's like, what? I get to pay an extra 2.5% every time I have to buy food out? We love to dine out here in Omaha, so that's kind of a big deal. But however poor the selection of restaurants might be in Gretna, at least I don't have to pay the restaurant tax while I'm eating their bad food.
What do you need? What do you need?
A fermented sea herring. Yeah, the Scandinavians have some really... And it comes out of a tradition of having to preserve food for the winter. Lutefisk? I think that might be Norwegian, but I'm sure the Swedes and the Finns have their own versions. It's a... It's fish that's been preserved in lye, and they soak it and then they rinse it off before they eat it. But the lye preserves it. When they're iced in and can't fish, they'll store lutefisk and eat it. Fermented fish can be very strong smelling. Fish sauce is kind of a staple in Thai cuisine and Vietnamese cuisine. And it's just basically small fish, anchovies that they just put in a bottle and leave to ferment, leave to rot. A lot of Korean food, those panchan dishes are fermented vegetables. The kimchi and some of the other vegetables they're probiotic because they're fermented. And they're actually good from a digestive standpoint, but that's why people are like, oh, that's stinky. Yeah, it's because it's basically spoiled cabbage. Oh, you work at the Mark, so I know how people feel. We're going to miss out on having sales tax when we move to Nevada. Oh, you plan on going out there too, Tux? That's going to be a shock going from Oregon to Nevada. That's a big difference in culture. Pon says, I read that you have to open it outside in a bucket of water so you don't stink up the place. That's that fruit from Asia, durian, that you're not allowed to even take it into hotels or airplanes because the smell is so nauseating. Literally smells like dead flesh. There's a flower that blooms and it smells like a rotting corpse. Very odd. But Mrs. M was watching some old episodes of A Cook's Tour with Anthony Bourdain. And he found a place, I forget where he was. I think he was in Vietnam and there was an ice cream shop that had durian flavored ice cream. Tuck says, yeah, big shock.
Greetings.
We'll sell Thistleway's shirt. We'll sell my old bow. That's weird. I thought I had more healing potions. Don't really need them. Famous last words. Well, let's switch earrings. Which earring was I going to pull? The +4 might, I think. This one's +11 fate, +9 vitality. We'll pull that and we'll go with the +6 vitality earring. I don't have a necklace at all. Okay, what else are we selling? Well, we'll sell that earring. What else we got? Some boots. Some shoulder pads. Some mugwort. Some gauntlets. See, and since I am an armorer, I can make better stuff than is dropping. Woodworker scroll. Here's another earring. We're getting some good two-handed weapons. Champions can use two-handed weapons. There's one of those healing potions I thought I already had. We'll definitely sell those gloves. It's a personal preference thing. Unless I'm doing mounted combat, I generally prefer dual wield. It's just how I roll. If you tend to favor yellow line, if you like to do AoE, two-handed weapons can be nice. I don't think there's a big advantage to them. But when you're doing mounted combat, your secondary weapon doesn't count, so you may as well go two-handed when you get to Rohan. Don't need that. I already have a stack of opals. Man, look at those task items rolling in. It's beautiful. Already known recipe. Oh, did I not sell my dirty ears earlier? Those can go. Blackened skin, blackened fur. Ooh, those medium hides are going to help quite a bit. I'm going to sell some stuff because I probably won't have room to get it back to town. I don't want to lose those hides. Those hides will be extremely useful. Okay, inventory managed. Of course, now the problem is I don't have any open pack slots again, and this guy's probably got something he wants to reward me with.
What can I do for you?
So what else can we ditch? I don't think I need that agate. There we go. Bears crave honey.
What can I do for you?
We got some pork chops. Ooh, that's plus mite food. That's not useless, and I think I need to kill more pigs. I've actually wanted to go out for Korean food. Mrs. Mustafa hasn't been that interested. In fact, I think I offered to take her out for Valentine's Day for Korean food, and she didn't even want to go out. She hasn't been wanting to leave the house much when the weather's been cold and crappy. We have been getting out more now that spring is starting to poke its head out. Yoda Main says, I'm the same way. She says it's the weather. I think she's just embarrassed to be seen in public with me. Who can blame her? I've only killed one boar. That's a problem. Yeah, for some reason out of these 3 quests, there's always plenty of bears and plenty of wolves, and you end up having to hunt around for the boars. Destination Lonelands. Sorry, but I'll be going to the Shire before I head out to the Lonelands. It's nice to have options, though. Will I hit level 20 before Bacchus's power is restored is the question. More barrow iron. This is always a really pretty place, too. And then just up over that hill, there's a really cool area that's not really... Well, there's an anniversary quest thing that ends up there. They did finally utilize the space. But there was a lake that was just sort of undeveloped real estate, in a way. So tonight, Mrs. Mustafa decided to take care of dinner. We just had Popeye's chicken. Wednesday, she did the same thing. She bought what she wanted for lunch and just bought extra, and we had it for dinner. Although Wednesday, it was Taco John's, and she was reheating 6-hour-old Mexican food in the oven, and that was not particularly good. Which I like Taco John's, but not 6 hours cold and then reheated. Not the best way to eat it. But, you know, it can't all be spectacularly delicious. When it's a Lotro night, you just got to get your grub on and then get to streaming. And I don't know how long I stirred those home-styled potatoes last night. But if it wasn't 45 minutes, it sure scared the heck out of it. I spent a long time working on those potatoes before they were ready to eat. Didn't want to do that again, so when she was like, yeah, I got chicken, I was like, I will eat that chicken. Yeah, if there's an upside to this particular quest, it's that you can pick up a lot of barrow iron and silver while you're running around looking for pigs to slay. Fortunately, I got that barrow iron looted right before the wolf attacked. Unfortunately, there's no Slayer deed in Breland for bears, wolves, or pigs. Which is a little bit of a shame. So while I am getting some extra quests knocked out, I'm not ratcheting up extra Slayer deeds for Lotro points. The Brigands, there is one though. And you have to pay attention. If you go a little too far south here, you'll run into pigs and boars that don't count towards the quest. So you don't want to go out of bounds. Like that one right there. It's frustrating to chase one of those down and then find out it doesn't count towards your quest kill count. Like, what? I murdered that pig for nothing? Well, we will definitely be making some progress on Journeyman Prospector. A lot of barrel iron out here tonight. Nobody else seems to be interested in picking it up either. That's okay. I'm not hitting the Cheez-Its too aggressively, probably because of the lunch I had. That burger was ginormous. So since I actually have another fellow Nebraskan here, the food truck was called Bijou Brown Box. So if you see that around town, Dark Ruler, very, very good. Not cheap, well worth the money. As good as a Smash Burger or a Five Guys, and probably better value for the money. And I'm not a French fry guy, normally speaking. I don't get excited about fries very often. They had very good French fries, too. I really ought to eat out of food trucks more often. There's a lot of Mexican-themed food trucks here in Omaha. And they're all terrific. My problem is I don't, the idea of standing around a parking lot and eating or eating in my car doesn't appeal to me very much. If it's nice enough to stand outside, that I don't have a problem with. But I just like to have a nice place to sit down and eat. And hopefully be set up to where I will be less likely to spill my food down the front of my shirt. Here, piggy, piggy, piggy. I think I only need one. I need one last pig. This is where it gets frustrating because I'll end up crossing land and sea looking for this one last pig. And I'll see 100 wolves and 150 bears. Dark Ruler's off to bed. Have a good night. Edie says when you've finally gotten your last one, suddenly they'll be all over the place. Yep, you are spot on about that, Edie. That will definitely be a thing. I'll find that one last pig and then 100 of them will pop up. Oh, I think I see him. Oh, there's two over here. There we go. There's a Korean noodle dish that I like quite a bit called jangmyeon, and it's black bean sauce over noodles, usually with pork, and it's tasty, but it's very off-putting when you first see it. It's a very unsettling color of brown. It's a dark brown sauce, and almost on the verge of being not really black, but just really dark brown. It's delicious. It's really, really good. And it coats the beans. That's a dish that you want to be careful when you're eating, because if you drop it on your shirt, it's probably going to stain your shirt permanently. The black bean sauce is unforgiving. I don't think I've got a whole lot of anything left to sell. This is all stuff I want to hang on to, so I don't need to vendor. Let's hope Ham doesn't have any useless junk he wants to reward me with.
Greetings.
Oh, simple calibrant salves. Almost the exact definition of something I don't need. What can we get rid of? We'll use the Tome of Defense. And we'll just get rid of those. Okay, quest is turned in. Talk to Constable Underhill, talk to someone at the Forsaken Inn. There we go, I knew somebody'd have a quest ring for me. Hello, Rosie. Or Rose Thornley.
I don't know anything, I'm sure.
Find Rob. And why have I not gotten vectored towards the Greenway Fort? Well, let's make sure we get that turned on. Let's get us some orc killing quests. Orc Slayer is one of the later deeds here in Breeland because you don't run into orcs until fairly late. Ah, good. He did pop a quest ring.
What do you need? Would you do something for me?
Kill
Stay a
orcs?
moment.
Yes, I will. I will murder those orcs to death. Remember, if you're playing Lotro and you find yourself killing orcs and wargs, you're doing the right thing. Love the ambient sounds here in Middle Earth. Sounds of birds chirping off in the distance. And I'm surprised that flocking bird thing hasn't been copied by more MMOs. That's just such a great ambient visual effect. There they are. That's what I'm talking about. You're a great ambient effect. I meant ambient or ambience. Ambiance. You know what I meant. Wait. Yeah, you're not wrong. By now I should be talking to myself. There should be 42 viewers asleep in the chat channel. It's just the effect I have on people. Don't laugh at his jokes. You'll only encourage him, Edie. Die, Tarkrip scum. 1. Shing shing, baby. Shing shing. Why kill them one at a time when you can murder them in bunches? It's a champion thing. That's my problem in Witcher 3. I'm pretty sure Geralt's a champion, and then the game keeps showing me how wrong I am. I'll eventually get smarter at that. He did not make it. Geez, Champ doesn't get their debuff purge skill until 46? That's a great question. I don't know. Oh, baby. That's right. Line up for me. Thank you. That makes easy work of it.
What is this world coming to? Will you let me speak my piece?
Come on, Thornley. Let's get you out of here. Hard hit sleeping right now. Ethan's mom exhausted him. He needs his rest. And apparently I'm looking for one more prowler to murder. Don't need any more killers. There's no reason to not kill them, though. He did not make it. Where the hell are the prowlers? Come here, I want to murder you and your friend at the same time. There we go. Mr. Prowler. Come to Butthead. There we go, there's a prowler. Hey, Pookie, if you grab me a Coke Zero, I'll let you have a drink. We'll see if she takes me up on that. I'm hoping yes. She must be pretty tired. She didn't even fire back with "we're out." Wow. OSU Cowboys 85 says, only good orc is a dead orc. Exactly.
What do you need?
Superior complete hobbit breakfasts. We'll just eat some food I don't need. Oh, nice. Boy, that popped a couple of things. Breland Adventurer and... Exile King North. Ed, did you get a new slot? I haven't unlocked it yet. I'm working towards getting the points. I'm real close. We just got 10 more Lotro points for that, which was pretty cool. Must have been 300 Bree rep that popped along with it. Thanks, sweetie. You want a slug? You want some chips?
Mm-mm.
You want the back scratcher?
Mm-hmm.
Use your words, sweetie.
Mm-mm.
All right. It gets to be a certain time of night. She doesn't like talking anymore.
What can I do for you?
And
Would you do something for me?
orcs.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Stolen supplies. See, Breland Adventure Advanced will get me another 10 Lotro points. I'm saying you got to be fairly completionist if you're going to be free to play. You got to do a little bit of work to get all those Lotro points. Is she okay? She's fine, just a little restless. And her back itched, so we got that taken care of. Now she just wants a Coke Zero. You know, when you make those noises, everybody thinks in chat that you're in horrible pain, sweetie. And gassy. Again, it is Lotro stream. We are trying to keep it classy, Pookie. She is okay. She's married to me, living the dream. What do you drink? I just finished a Venom energy drink. This is the sugar-free one with 10 calories. These are from Dr. Pepper 7-Up, and they're usually 99 cents. Very tasty, especially if you go with the sugar-free version. I can't vouch for their regular full-calorie energy drinks versus any of the other ones. If I were going to be drinking a sugared energy drink, I tend to like Ball's Guarana. The regular Balls tastes like bubblegum flavored Sprite, maybe. It's really good, but man, I drank 3 of them one time, and I went into full Cornholio mode. It was very energizing. But my normal drink of choice is, of course, Coke Zero. I drink Shasta Mountain Roll. Okay. And anybody in chat who is a subscriber to the Big Ed Mustafa channel, go ahead and show them your cans. Balls is amazing. Pricey, though. Yeah, it's not cheap, but boy, is it yummy. We'll go grab the silver. I don't even have a jeweler rolled up yet, but we'll get one. And let's see what Rose has for me for rescuing her dumb husband.
I don't know anything, I'm sure.
A robe. 5 hobbit breakfasts. Wet fur, wood. We'll use that.
Please, stay a moment.
Defeat the Red Reaver. We ride for the Red Reaver and for glory. And we got a lot of task items to find places for. What the hell bow is that? Thornley's bow? I already have Saradin's bow. They're basically the same. Alright, I think I can vendor a couple items. Let's do that before I head out again. Tux Ramus, thank you for showing us your cans. Or Zinger says, I remember the first time I had Balls Guarana, I was at a LAN party. They had tons of it, and I drank more than I probably should have. Yeah, that stuff's got a serious kick. Probably didn't sleep that weekend. Probably not. Akamaris, hello. We like the wiggle emote. Very cool. Let's see what we can sell. Dornley's robe can go. Nice robe, though. Is that bow any better than the one I'm already carrying? It does have +2 vitality. I suppose that's worth swapping out. We'll just sell the other bow, Saradin's bow. Thanks for nothing, Saradin. Quick question for chat. We just got... I still get Blu-rays through the mail from Netflix, and the kids I work with at the operations center act like that's just the most archaic thing they've ever heard of. We have streaming too, but I like to get the Blu-rays because then I can pick stuff they don't have available for streaming, and I don't have to have, 14 other services to watch everything. So we've got Ghostbusters Afterlife. Quick review, if you've seen Ghostbusters Afterlife, throw it out in chat. Saw it, loved it, saw it, hated it, saw it, it was okay. Let me know what you think of the movie. We'll probably watch it Sunday, I'm guessing. More medium hides, blackened skin, blackened fur, wet skin. I think I sold off all the ears. We got a journeyman recipe I can probably use. Good deal. More opals, more worn tablets. I've been selling the mugwort. Exile King North says, you're old. I am vintage, but you're not wrong. I'm also old. And I'm a kid compared to Mrs. Mustafa. She robbed the cradle when she dug her claws into me. We're actually about the same age, but, her favorite TV shows are like Murder, She Wrote and Matlock. That's just a level of old I haven't reached yet. Ooh. Yeah, the guys at work who give me crap all the time were kind of surprised. They were like, what do you do to get your head on straight? I'm like, if I'm having a bad day, I just like to sit down and binge watch a whole season of Rick and Morty. That usually helps get me in the right frame of mind. They were kind of surprised that was my answer. Not really old, I'm just like a 7th year college sophomore. I need to grow up. But I'm having too much fun, so. Sargras says, Quincy MD. Mrs. M loves Quincy. I think she bought Quincy on DVD. Vincent Van Craig says, man, I'm 45 years old. There's nothing archaic about it. Streaming never has what I want. I know, and stuff comes and goes, and you think you can watch something, and then it disappears off the service, and it's frustrating. Or was it Quincy ME? Probably ME. You're like my father's age. You're 55, right? Not quite. You're not far off. Like my bio says, I was alive when Nixon was president. That should get you pretty close. But I fool everybody by still having a full head of hair and hiding most of my gray in my beard, and then shaving it off. I probably look more my age when I grow out the facial hair. I'm so old I remember when Letterman was funny. Although it's funny about that, my favorite band going away all time, no question about it. Huge Rolling Stones fan, and I started listening to the Stones when I was in like the 7th grade in junior high, and they were old when I was a kid. That bear wants to get friendly. I don't really need to kill any bears, so I'm just going to go do what I was going to go do. I was born a year and a half after the moon landing. Hi, Mama Cass. I'm actually older than that. There goes Mrs. M again. That was more of a sneeze than a cough this time. I was thinking we should have probably bought some Allegra. I have a little bit of Allegra D, but that's the stuff you have to sign for because it's got Sudafed in it. I think we probably just need to get some regular over-the-counter Allegra without the Sudafed in it to help with the allergy stuff. How did you get back, Mama Cass? I like it. Gerald Ford administration. Gerald Ford was born in Omaha, Nebraska. We have the same hometown. Gerald Ford and Malcolm X were both born here, and I joke that Omaha was home, the original birthplace of the whitest white man and the blackest black man. Omaha is pleasantly diverse for a Midwestern city. Gabrielle Union's from here. From Omaha. Went to school here. We have a surprisingly big Latinx community. There's a Latino museum in South Omaha. Reasonably big Sudanese population. We've got Ethiopian restaurants. There's the Red Reaver. Come here. Got something for you. Something sword-shaped. Although really, I ought to be using axes. I need to get a weaponsmith created. That's on me. Ponton was born in 93. Not so old yet. Sneaks up on you fast, Ponton. Known to the men of Bree. That should be good for 5 Lotro points. There, they just came through. Yeah, I should have 10 Lotro points. Nice. There we go. So yeah, I can definitely unlock that 3rd character slot. And as Zinger pointed out, since it's on sale, it's a good time to do it. And like I said, the more servers you're playing on, the less expensive that slot unlocking is. Because if I'm on 3 servers, it unlocks 3 slots. If I'm on 2 servers, it unlocks 2 slots. So spread yourself out. It's not like there's a particular server that's better than another. Stolen supplies. Defeat orcs at Kirith, wherever I'm at. Kirith Nur. Sargarth, you're on a roll tonight, buddy. I like it. Texarama says 1972 here, and Sargarth's reply was, "Man, I just do not understand time zones." I know funny, that's funny. How are we doing on Orc Slayer? Oh, that was the other Lotro points I got. It was Men of Bree, known to Men of Bree. Plus I must have gotten Orc Slayer Standard finished at the same time. That's why I got 10 Lotro points instead of 5. It's 5 for each of them. Who will die a slow death? Yeah, I could run around and keep murdering orcs here, but we'll go turn in some more quests. Well, we'll murder this orc because he's kind of in the way. Tuck says, yeah, no idea where my 40s went. They go by fast. Just picking out stuff I know I've already got stacks of. And those Journeyman Taylor scrolls, I can probably read both of those. Not if I move in, though. There we go. Ooh, looks like we got plenty more ore out here. Sargareth says, after a few 40s, everything gets hard to track. I've gotten to the point where I'm not even sure of my own age once in a while. I have to sit down and actually do the math. It's like, wait, am I this number or that number?
What can I do for you? Might I take a moment of your time?
Locate the cave. Alright, I can do that.
Greetings.
And I think Rose Thornley has a reward for me for killing the Red Reaver. So we'll go get that turned in. And we'll collect some more silver. That's an easy to calculate one. Vincent Van Craig says, once you hit 30, it accelerates. It did for me. A whole decade just flew. Well, one of the nice things about Lotro is it has a fairly mature player base and a nice, probably almost 50-50 ratio of men to women. It's not the millennial sausage fest that a lot of the game communities are. A little more balanced.
What do you need?
So I don't really need the helm. I don't really need the earring, but the helm is better vendor bait. So do I want to go do the cave quest?
What can I do for you?
You can buy some crap. Let's see what kind of crap I want to sell him. Those we're keeping. Red Reaver's helmet. Celebrant salves. Clumps of chives. And these I'll just leave hanging. If I can vault those, I'll vault them. But if they drop out, it's not a big deal either way. Title of War, known throughout Bree. Completed. Working on friend, reputation change. So I think Thorin's Hall. Yeah, I've actually completed friend. I'm working on ally, and that was worth a fair number of Lotro points. Turning in those extra task items in Arid Loon helped accelerate that. Like I said, you want to work on that consistently. There's actually usually a Thorin's Hall rep area in all of the early zones, and it's good to focus on that. So when you get ready to go into Moria, you can just buy the prized Thorin's Hall goat from the Blue Garrison vendor in Thorin's Hall. I know they've made getting a goat in Moria easier, but why not ride in with one? That's my thinking. Cruise in style. The Tinger says, now when you say mature, every time I wake up I hear Mumra's chant, you know the one, ancient spirits of evil transform this decayed form, etc. I think they want that silver deposit. Yep. I'll let them have it. There's nothing worse than having somebody come up and take a Skarn deposit when you're busy fighting the creature that was standing next to it. It's like, hey, I wanted that. And they're like, ha ha. They go all Nelson Muntz on you. Ha ha. Sounded more like Urkel than Nelson Muntz. My apologies to chat for having to listen to that. I've located the cave.
After learning of a plot by Sharky's men to forge an alliance with the Orcs encroaching into the northern fields, the Ranger Saradon sets into motion a plan to break the alliance before it can be established.
I love the lore around the nickname Sharky. Apparently, the orc name for old man is Sharku, and they started referring to Saruman as Sharku, and he liked it and kind of adopted the nickname Sharky. I don't think he realized the orcs didn't mean it as a compliment. Ooh, I think we're going to get Brigand Slayer Advance done before we get out of this cave. We'll definitely have points to get that third character slot opened up. And I'll probably go ahead and start a group on a third server. I don't really have to, but I mean, man, the Lotro points you get from that. Plus, like I said, why not get one of every character? Hey, come here. I want to kill you. There we go. And there we go. Deed bestowed, deed complete. Slayer advanced. I even get 30 marks for that. 10 Lotro points. Deed complete. 2,000 more virtue points. Well, looky here. I've even got points to spend. Raging Blade. Broad Sweep. Barbed Wall. I use barbed wall a lot. We'll advance that. Oh, I've got room for a second racial trait. Although it looks like the only other one I've got unlocked is headbutt. It's alright, never hurts to have another attack available. Raging Blade, I think that's an AoE. We'll put it up there. And I'm working on Charity. It's also a Vitality one. Why is that so low? Still only +2 Vitality? It's weird. Actually I've got Fidelity leveled up and I haven't installed that yet. I'll do that. And we'll just keep working up Charity for the fun of it. Yeah, I'm good with that. Let's go to red line, blue line. I don't remember. Red line it is. Ebbing Ire, critical strike and battle reflexes. That's good. And we'll get Fidelity in there. So you can actually set up different virtue traits for each of your different trait configs. I don't really see any particularly big benefit to that myself, so I'm just going to keep them the same. But you have to double check to make sure that you've got them slotted on both sides, or if you unlock additional ones, obviously each of them. So, should be good. Bill Fernie's running away. Tarkrip Chieftain, down. Broken Alliance instance, complete. I think it's just because Charity doesn't contribute as much vitality as something like Loyalty. Could be. Let's kill the Red Reaver again, just because he's annoying. Although if I'm done with Orc Slayer Advanced, I can just get the heck out of here. Oh no, that was Brigand Slayer I completed. What do we got over here? Something glowy and fun. So Devastating Strike should probably be further up the food chain here. Put it third. I'm going to put that up here. Move that over. I think we got about 30 orcs to finish Orc Slayer Advanced. Singer has this character whose challenge is that he doesn't do any quests, only kills, and now I realize it's basically Korean MMO mode. Lotro is definitely not typical in that regard. You can really spend a lot of time not leveling up if you don't do quests. Quests are how you level. Killing stuff contributes that much. It's not a big part of it. Lotro is very much designed to be story driven in that regard. And I say kudos to them for it. I like it that way. Now that Dusk Wolf's going to have to die. That's an interesting challenge character, Zinger, but you're probably still, what, level 7? That is no way to go through Lotro. So for those of you who aren't as deeply steeped in the Middle-earth universe as some of us who've been around a while, a lot of players will do what they call challenge characters, where they'll put self-imposed limits on how they play the character. Apulu Felgar's Tankstrel comes to mind.
What do you need?
Or he tries to do a primarily melee minstrel. Two-handed axe, plus 20 might. That's very tempting, actually. Trousers, one-handed sword. That's a pretty nice sword. It's a will sword, though. I don't have a necklace of any kind on, so we'll take that. Now the problem is if I equip this two-handed axe, both of my other weapons come out. So then I'm out of pack space. What else does he want me to do? Talk to Saradin at his cabin. Okay, we can do that. I'm heading that way now anyway. Afromance is going to become a VIP tonight for the first time. Very cool. It is money well spent. Speaking as the guy who's demonstrating free-to-play, you know, unlocking swift travel, being able to use the mailbox anywhere instead of having to go find a mailbox to send stuff. You get 500 extra Lotro points per month. It unlocks a bunch of content. VIP really is a good value. Standing Stone's done just a terrific job of balancing it so that you don't have to spend the money if you can't. But if you do spend the money, you'll be glad that you did. There's a lot of quality of life improvements with it.
What do you need?
Well, I don't need your dumb agility helmet, but if I want to take credit for the quest completion, I do.
How can I be of service?
Head to the farm, huh? Okay. I can do that. Why am I going back to town, other than the fact I need to unload some of this stuff? I guess that's a good enough reason. Don't do it, Sal. I don't want to have to kill you. Shouldn't have thrown down on me like that. Now who's sorry? I must have a ton of barrow iron. 97 pieces. We'll try to get an even 100 and then I'll head into town and clean up some of this. I think it's a good time to maybe buy a house. And which brings up a good point. Bacchus, are you still around? Do you want me to pick the neighborhood? Did your power ever come back on? Are you even still here? I even have a fair bit of silver socked away already. I might leave the silver unrefined, and that way when I create a jeweler he can get some credit for that. I don't think I'll need it as much iron as I've collected. Should be able to breeze right past Journeyman Prospector if I haven't finished it already. So we can take a look while I'm just out here wandering around looking for my last 3 bits of barrow iron. That's a bear, not barrow iron. Ash branches. Prospector, yeah, I'll be able to finish that up. Don't do it. If for no other reason, it's just good to make sure you've got an even number of metal. So when you refine it, you don't end up with leftovers in your bag. Should be 98? No. Oh, I must have misread that. Now I'm at 93. I had an even number and I just screwed it up. I'm not a smart man. Oh, that's right. I was going to reset my milestone too. And I guess we can talk to Adso while we're out here. Give me iron deposit. There's an iron deposit literally right out in front of me. Oh, I switched, that's why. Why is that not showing up on the mini-map? Because I was playing with my trait lines. I'm at 95. Now the game's going to keep me on odd numbers of iron ore just to screw with my pea brain. Odrana says, sorry I got here so late, Ed. How's it going, Ed and crew? Good. I'm mostly solo tonight. Bacchus and Sir Waffles are in chat, or were in chat, and aren't playing tonight, which is okay. Bacchus didn't have power, and Sir Waffles might have had something else going on, and I'm not sure where Freelancer is tonight. Always appreciate those guys showing up and hanging out with me, though. Linux box today? Yeah. You know, ever since I got this going, I'm streaming The Witcher 3 on Tuesday nights on Linux, and Lotro on Fridays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays from Linux. And I've streamed World of Warships from Linux. I did that Sunday night. I've played Splitgate on Linux. I've played Fear 3. I think one or two other games. But I'm finding I like Linux for my daily driver more and more. I'm only switching over to Windows if I need it for something, and that's not very often. In fact, you want to talk about a leap of faith? I actually did our tax return all from Linux this year instead of switching over to Windows. I'm like, well, we'll try this, and if I have to redo it, I have to redo it. You know, just because of a browser issue or something. Nothing came up. I was able to get our tax returns done and filed without any problem. But the difference with it, it's just so much more of a serene computing experience. When I get on the browser, if I'm surfing the web, I'm not getting pop-ups, I'm not getting the banner ads, I'm not having, click here to install a bunch of crap you don't want, and just the amount of junk and widgets and screen busyness just goes away, and the computer is there to do what I want it to do and nothing else. It's not serving Microsoft's agenda or Google's agenda. It's nice.
Might I speak with you a moment?
I don't think I have a lot to vendor. Well, I got a dumb helmet I don't need.
What do you need?
Let's repair. That I haven't been able to do for a while. So, yeah, my Linux experience has been very good. I'm really happy with Mint Linux. I think Tux Ramus would like me to move over to a different distro. This one's not one of the cool Linux distros, but I'm not cool anyway. Tux Ramus is way more cool than I do. If you guys aren't watching him and talking to him, you're missing the boat. But we shouted him out earlier. It's doing everything I want it to do. It's nice and stable. I run into some hiccups once in a while, but I run into some hiccups with Windows. So I've had some problems when the stream drops. OBS will get stuck, and I'll have to manually close it and then reopen it in order to get it restarted. Not a huge deal. It's quick. The other thing that happens occasionally, particularly if I switch servers, when I go to relaunch Lotro, sometimes I'll have to attempt to relaunch it 2 or 3 times before it comes up again cleanly. Sometimes it gets stuck during the launch process. Again, not a big deal. It's easy enough to click through. But, I mean, just overall, it's been good and stable. There's plenty of Windows games you can play on Linux without any issue. And it's no fuss, no muss. It's a different experience than just being on Windows. And I'm liking it quite a bit. So, not advocating for Linux. I just wanted to fool around with it and see if I could get it working. And it obviously is working very well. Tux Ramus is smart. I'm not that knowledgeable with Linux. So if I could get it set up and running, it's not very difficult. And that's basically the whole experience in a nutshell. See what else we want to sell. I'm afraid if I pick up those wooden maces, I'm going to have too many. Looks like I might have a second stack of those, though. Yeah, but I've got 42 in the second stack. That'll exactly round it up. I've got 2 stacks of 50 or 1 stack of 50. Those are hatchets. Okay, we're fine. Medium hides. There are some things I can sell. The clumps of chives. They're not useless, but I don't really need them. A lot of jeweler scrolls. Yeah, this is stuff that I want to throw in vault storage if I can. So we'll leave that alone for now. Well, and I think I came out this way because I'm still looking for my last bits of... yeah, I'm at 99. I was just like, I want to get to 100 on barrel iron. I'm an idiot. Should have just gone to town. Oh well, live and learn. Tuxrama says, nah, mint is very cool. And refreshing. I have mint in a VM so I can keep up to date with it. Oh, that's good. Okay. That's just one of the fun parts about the Linux community is finding out which distros are the cool distros that the people in the know are running. I've been hearing a lot about Arch. That's what the new Steam OS is built around. Steam OS 3. I really ought to download that and try it in a VM. If you're interested in trying Linux without having to convert your PC over or get a second boot drive like I did, I'm running it bare metal just because I can and I wanted to. But a couple of good tools. Sun Microsystems has a piece of free software you can download called VirtualBox. I've run VirtualBox before. It works pretty well. But I actually run VMware has a tool called Workstation Player. And VMware Workstation Player is a free-to-use desktop, personal use virtual machine environment. And what it allows you to do is you install the software, and then you can install other operating systems in a virtual machine under your main operating system. So if you're running Windows 10, you can just install Linux or FreeBSD or older versions of Windows even for game compatibility as virtual machines under your primary operating system. And it's super cool. Hi, what's going on?
Getting ready to go to bed.
Okay. SKDX Killer checking in. You were streaming some Lotro earlier, weren't you? No?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you were? Okay. I saw you were on playing some Rocket League after last we talked. How'd that go?
It's alright.
But if you want to try your hand at setting up a Linux operating system and checking it out for yourself, you can do it under virtual machine without messing up anything with your main setup. You can even allocate how much memory and how many processor cores a virtual machine can use. So if you're running a 6-core processor on your Windows box with 16 gigs of RAM, you can set up a Linux virtual machine with 2 cores and 4 gigs of RAM and run it simultaneously along with your main Windows setup and have Linux going in one window and have Windows going in another window and be running all kinds of crazy stuff all at the same time. A lot of flexibility. I would guess a lot of Macintosh users run Windows in virtual machines. I know they have parallels and some other options for doing those kinds of things, but they're not always that elegant. Virtual machines just give you a lot of flexibility. The only unfortunate thing about no questing is all these stacks of task items that get sold to a vendor. Zinger, that's heresy. Why would you do that? Although that's an excellent reminder. Let's see who's playing over here. Somebody's putting on a concert. They stopped, so we'll keep going. It's always fun to see that. Some people play Lotro just to socialize and hang out in in-game bands. That's pretty much what SKDX Killer does. And nobody's mocking you for it as far as you know. So I still had to do my task item turn-ins for the day.
You? What do you
Should
need?
get me to 5 of 5. Ooh, leveled again. I didn't even notice I was that close.
What do you need?
That's 5 of 5 for the day. Apprentice Angler. Smoke before the fire. Ooh, I can skirmish now. Very cool. Completed the Undying. That was unintentional, actually. I usually don't worry about that title very much. A lot of people make a big deal out of it, and it's like, you're not going to display that title anyway. Who the hell cares? My thinking is no danger, no thrill. I'd rather be pushing the envelope and having a good time.
Greetings.
The only thing you accomplish is getting to Undying. You're probably just playing it safe. But like I was saying, I mean, that's the difference between... you can see here I've got 45 spaces open, and I can buy more, which I'll go ahead and do. This is why I mentioned, though, that you know, getting extra gold, auctioning the fish helps. If you happen to get a massive pile of copper or silver scraps as a Hobbit present, there's useful things that you can still buy with in-game gold. Expanding your vault storage is definitely one of them. Because as I add characters, I'm going to have more and more of the stuff socked away for them. And when I add characters, that just helps them get up to speed faster. I mean, if you can start a fresh character and just get their crafting knocked out, you get a bunch of experience from the crafting. That's a happy thing. What else just happened? I got new mail. It's probably to report to the skirmish trainer. Brushed light leather, brushed medium leather. More of that. And put the silver away for now. Store that. There we go. So, yeah, gold is a happy thing. Don't be afraid to make money in Middle-earth. You can put it to use for you. So, some of the other things we said we were going to do. I'll just go out to the main login screen so you guys can see this. Kingo says, what was the deal with Angmar shattering Gandalf's staff? Ed plays Lotro for the high-end Tier 7 rating. Hi, Vinnick. I am on Crick Hollow tonight, and welcome. So, again, being free to play, I only have 2 character slots. But with the slots being on sale right now and me having just gotten enough points, I can unlock the slot. And because I'm playing across multiple servers to maximize my Lotro points, that's like unlocking 2 or 3 slots if I'm on 2 or 3 different servers. So I apologize, I can't open up the store in-game. I was told it's a Steam thing, and then somebody else said, no, I can still open it though I play on Steam. So either way is good. So I'm sitting at 460 Lotro points. I need 446 for a bonus character slot. Sold. So I can now add a 3rd character. I think well, I'm going to have to wait here because the Lore Master is going to be my Scholar. And I think I'm going to add a Warden here. And Warden's not quite free yet. They're going to make that change with Update 33 before the month is over. So we'll wait to do that. But I've got a 3rd character slot unlocked. And getting the points to unlock a 4th one won't be very hard. So I'm down to 14 Lotro points. But that was a nice step towards being able to finish up. The next character slot, I'm also going to have, I think I'm going to do a Hobbit Burglar Jeweler. I think that'd be fun. And that also, well, no, that isn't weapon crafting. The Scholar can do weapon crafting. I usually like to have weapon crafting on my burglars because I like to use some of the burglar stuff that nobody else uses. And they might have removed caltrops and marbles from the game. That used to be a thing, and I used to like playing with those. There's some benefits to them. But burglar throwing weapons were handy. You've got the free knife throwing skill, but it's not, I don't know. It's better than nothing. It's better than throw stone. So that'll probably be the rest of this outfit. We'll do a human or a elf warden, and then we'll do a hobbit burglar. And that'll probably be the Crick Hollow gang. And then on Gladden, I've got a captain and a hunter, and I'll fill that in with a couple more characters. Maybe a rune keeper, maybe a minstrel, and then maybe I'll do a Bjorning. I haven't done a Bjorning before. I think those are becoming available for free. We'll see how that goes. I don't have a Guardian up. I think if I do a 3rd server on this account, I'll probably start with a Guardian and work my way out from there. Then I'll have one of each of the heavy armor classes, although I think Bjorning's a heavy armor class now too. So we'll see. But again, the whole point of this isn't that, oh, you have to play all these. You get to play a wide variety of characters, and by spreading them out and leveling them up together, the Lotro points just come pouring in. I mean, I'll never be wanting for Lotro points once everything gets churning. You get a couple of extra character slots on each of the servers. You get a full crafting circle going. You get through all the starter areas, and you're rolling. You won't have to look back. It'll never be a problem to buy extra content. So along that same note, one of the other things I wanted to get done tonight, let's go buy a house. And you'll get to experience the intro for High Elf. You could be a high elf warden. That might be fun. Yeah. Okay, good call. So I've spent more Lotro points. So the Lotro points I've spent so far, I've spent about 540 points total. 541 exactly, I think. I unlocked 5 auction slots so I can sell fish in the auction house. And then I just unlocked another character slot. And to the best of my knowledge, I haven't spent any Lotro points on anything else so far. But catching that extra character slot on sale, that was a great tip. Thank you, Zinger, for that. Otherwise, I don't know I would have bothered to look at it tonight. But if I buy a house, that's a really good use of in-game gold. And then I've got extra housing storage. And it'll make it much easier for my characters to trade crafting material. It's all beneficial.
How can I be of service?
And here's the skirmish trainer I need to go see. That's worth getting done sooner rather than later. Odrana says, are they making the newer dwarf race free too? I don't think so. I think stout axes are still pay to play. They're the newest of the 3, I think. I think Bjorning and High Elf are going to be free to play. And then they'll be adding river hobbits in the not too distant future. That was Nick signing off for the night. Have a good night, Nick. Yeah, at least according to Reninia's producer letter. That's something that might happen down the road. But, the key to the success of Lotro is to give us enough pay options that folks are happy to crack open their wallets once in a while. It's a shame to think that the big money maker for this game was going to be Warsteed Cosmetics back in the day. That plan didn't go very well. So, if you want stout axe dwarves and you're willing to buy them, terrific. Support Standing Stone Games. I've never told anybody not to spend money on this game. It's a terrific game. It deserves our support financially. But, Zinger and I are like the last 2 unicorns. Almost everybody else has gone free to play or been VIP at least long enough to unlock Swift Travel. And that's totally cool. I'm not saying you should strive to be free to play. But again, I started this series a few weeks ago. I just wanted to pop the notion that, it's so hard to play free to play. Oh, they really nickel and dime you. Oh, they really make it free to play's fun. Free to play it's just a matter of knowing. You need to, again, I'll just recap. The keys to playing free to play. Play a wide variety of characters and not just 1 or 2 characters. Play across multiple servers, so you've got plenty of characters contributing to your overall Lotro points availability, and level them up together. Use them to help each other out. Don't buy things that are expensive. If it's character specific, it's expensive. If it is, that is not the path I want. Did I miss the housing area? I don't think so. I don't remember there being a trail here before. That's super weird. If it's a character-specific purchase, it's expensive. If it's an account-wide purchase for Lotro points, it's relatively inexpensive. Because if you end up with dozens of characters eventually, then every character benefits from those purchases and not just one specific character. Wipe out your deed log with every character. Be completionist. You need to complete quests, you need to complete exploration deeds, you need to complete Slayer deeds. That's where you earn your Lotro points. So be thorough. If you're going to play Lotro and enjoy the content. You don't have to craft. There are other ways to get geared up, but crafting is certainly convenient, especially at lower levels, because you pick up the crafting materials for free. But again, with Hobbit presence, you can get 1,000 marks just by logging in That goes a long way in the skirmish camp towards gearing up. But that gear doesn't start until level 20. So, for your starter characters, again, highly encourage crafting. But it is optional. So, I did not see Bacchus chime in. I'm going to go ahead and pick a neighborhood. We'll go into Arrowfold. And I honestly don't remember how expensive houses are either and whether or not I've got the money to buy one, so we'll check that out. That's Handernier's house. Well, it's good to see this housing area is at least occupied. This one looks like it might be for sale. Nope. Oh, that's interesting. Replica of the Vandasar Undone? I don't know. I've seen that one before. That's pretty cool. Banner of Many Worlds. Angry Little Old Man Willow. Cedar trees. You know me, I'm going to want to be close to the task item boards anyway. What do we got over here? Birch tree, that's somebody's house. Large empty wheelbarrow. Texarama says, it's a very fair system. I agree. Oh, my horn fell off quite a while ago. I'm a premium. Have had VIP for a month or two. Okay, cool. That's alright. But you know about free-to-play playing. If you plan on having a lot of characters and you see Apprentice Journeyman Writing Trade on sale for at least 50% off, it might save you the 95 LP for writing in the long run. Yeah, it's money well spent if you've got the points, but it's not cheap. That is expensive. Somebody's got quite the kin house up there. You must be a subscriber to use the ingredient crate? News to me. Birch tree. We've got just enough housing items to let you know the house is claimed. Yeah, you might have to kill 1 or 2 million orcs to pay for it. That's alright. I'm going to kill 1 or 2 million orcs anyway. Got somebody's house up here. This looks like it might be a kin house. You know, what's funny is I'm normally smart enough to check the neighborhood for availability before I even walk in. Flimsy jewel. Really? I might have miscalculated. I probably should have looked at that before I just walked in. I was like, Arrowfold, I can remember this name. Yeah, that's why everybody else picked it too. I haven't seen a single for sale sign yet. The guards are having fun and dancing at least. That's good. There's a regular crate and a VIP crate. I figured. I noticed it said premium crate, so I wasn't sweating it too much. Cannablik was nice enough to put a regular crate out for us on Evernight. And I pick those up whenever I walk by his house. There's a group of us that are in the Gypsies, Tramps, and Thieves kin on Evernight that we kind of bought up part of a neighborhood. Freelancer and Gipio and Canna and Rembenis and I all have houses in the same neighborhood. And all these houses are bought up. This is not an empty neighborhood. So you'll need in-game gold to buy a house, and then you'll need in-game gold to unlock extra housing storage, which is why being able to auction the fish was so helpful. It just gives you a chance to boost your bank account quickly. It wasn't that long ago where you'd be needing to unlock the gold cap and premium wallet before you could even think about making purchases like that. So free-to-play has always been easy, and it's getting easier and easier. So play a wide variety of characters across multiple servers. Don't just lock on to one character or one server. Be completionist with your deed log. Do task item turn-ins because it'll help you get your rep done faster, and that brings Lotro points in. And like Zinger said, if you spend Lotro points, try to spend them when something's on sale, which is what we did tonight. I saved about 130 Lotro points on that extra character slot. And since I'm on multiple servers, that unlocked multiple slots with a single purchase. Again, account-wide purchases are cheaper than character-specific purchases. You know, if you can generate gold, you can really improve your character quality of life quickly. You'll need gold for horses, you'll need gold for housing, you'll need gold for extra storage. So, what was I gonna do? Let's do a... if we go middle of the pack, that's going to be the least popular housing. Let's try, I don't know, Heathbourne sounds nice. I did not want to enter yet. Do I need to talk to the housing vendor? Is it the broker who can tell me? Yeah, okay. This was actually what I was looking for. See, here's the problem. I went into... There might not be any houses for sale. That was literally full. All of the A's are practically filled up. There's like one kinship house available in Atwood. So my thought was, let's go middle of the pack. And where was I just looking at again? I think Heathbourne. See, this one's got 15 standard homes, 6 deluxe homes, 2 kin homes. You're looking for those kinds of settlements where I can move in, plus, you know, anybody who wants to play can also log in. 15, 7, and 3 is pretty nice. This one's got 4 kin houses, but only 1 deluxe. So let's go to Hofold. There's an Ethan's mom joke there somewhere. Yeah, we're just going to go in and look around. Hofold it is. That's why you talk to the brokers, so you know where you can actually find available housing. It was not an accident that that neighborhood I was walking around in looked like it was completely sold out, because it was completely sold out. Holbrook. That's also an Ethan's mom joke somewhere. Yeah, that was nice of him. I pay for his upkeep if it's available, and I try not to trip over the toothbrush hard hit left there. Yoda Main says, "This is good to watch. I've been watching to learn more about it, but haven't checked it out in game yet." I'm glad you're finding it helpful, Yoda. It's just a few simple tips that make a big difference if you're trying to not crack open the wallet any more than you need to. When you got $6 a gallon gas and $6 a pound ground beef, it's nice to be able to keep yourself entertained without having to spend a bunch of money. And what you're not spending on MMOs, it gives you more of a budget for hookers and blow. This house is right by the task board, so yes, please. I don't really need anything fancy. So I need a gold to buy it and 50 silver to keep it up. And I've got more than enough. How do I have so much money? I think I started the night with less than 3 gold. And I bought extra vaults. Who the hell knows? We're doing okay financially. That's the important thing. So I have a personal house. Let's see what we start out with. So you get 30 storage right out of the gate, and then again, you can spend gold to get additional housing storage. So 30 is plenty to start with. And I don't have a lot to put in here yet because I bought that extra storage at the vault. But I've got a house, so cool. There's other available houses right here. We're right by the task item board, and there's a kin house right around the corner. Yeah, I would have figured a house is more. That's very inexpensive. And the house not only gives me extra shared storage, but it's, like I said, it's a good handoff point between the characters. So the house right across from me is for sale. It looks like the house up the block's for sale. That's a kin house on top of the hill. Or is this one of the fancy houses? Couldn't have bought it anyway. It's 7 gold. This might be, I don't know if this is a kin house or just a fancy house. Might just be a fancy house. No, as a matter of fact, you earn house. Yoda's asking, are the house furnishings expensive? You'll earn a lot of decorative items just by doing quests. They're quest rewards. You can get them from festivaling. It's pretty cool, actually. I don't really have anything yet. But you can decorate your yard. You can hang stuff on your wall. But the important thing is I now have a place to hang fish trophies. So, yeah, we'll do that, too. Got to go back to bringing it to the taxidermist. So we'll come back later. There's something else. There it is. So I think I'm tagged to Gondaman. I need to fix that. But yeah, we got a house. We're in a housing area. Very cool. I don't remember. This might be another deluxe house. Yeah, 7 gold, 150 upkeep. Mine was 1 gold and 50 upkeep, so pretty affordable. If you go into your character tab under housing, Zinger had alluded to maintenance and upkeep before. So I can go in here and pay, I don't know, we'll go 12 weeks, I guess. That'll keep me paid up through August. 600 silver. There we go. Now my house is paid through basically till the end of summer. And I've still got plenty of working cash. Scipio says it looks like you need to fish more to get more gold. I got the house, Scipio. It's possible that the housing in Gondor is all of the decorations from all the areas in one vendor, but I'm not 100% on that. Oh, interesting. You can actually craft some of your own housing items, depending on your character. I think metalsmiths can get like candelabra recipes and Angmar and stuff. Excuse me. But yeah, I can go into Bree and turn in some of the trophy fish and get wall hangings. Some of the fishing trophies are really cool. And I'm out here. And I've got inventory space, so we may as well wait out here. We can get some Midgewater Slayer deeds done, and there's a couple of points of exploration I need to hit out here. Ooh, sickle flies. I don't remember if there's a Goblin Slayer in Bree. I don't think there is. But let's kill a goblin and find out. Nope. Die, sickle fly scum. I didn't think he was going to survive that first hit. So, Knicker Breakers, Spiders. I think Spider Slayer's done. I might have gotten that done before I ever left Archit. We'll check and see. But there's a couple of exploration points I need to hit while I'm out here. Yeah, Yoda, the housing decoration is pretty sophisticated. There's furniture, there's wall hangings, there's different specialty trophy items, there's yard objects, banners, and all of them are, you can rotate them, you can alter the positioning slightly. In some cases you can alter it significantly. So you can set things up in a wide variety of ways. You can get different music themes. You can get different paint and floor treatments. It's pretty cool. So I think Spider Slayer's done. Or not. I've been playing 4 different characters, so I don't honestly know for sure. I might not have killed a single spider out here. Yep, there you go. Glad I double checked. Might be the captain that finished Spider Slayer, because I think I took him through Bree first instead of Arid Lewin. So, that's good. I'm going to run into plenty of spiders while I'm out here, so it'll be nice to actually be working towards something while I'm fighting them. If that makes any sense. I was going to say this would be a great place to fish, but with the change they made to weapon swapping, I have to be careful, because if something spawns next to me and I can't change weapons, that's going to be a long fight. I really hope they get their heads out of their asses and... Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on Lotro stream. I'm sure the developers are already looking into ways to fix that. We'll clean that up. Not being able to switch weapons while in combat was a big fishing nerf. And I'm sure that was an unintended consequence. They have donkeys? Exactly. What were the weapon swap changes? Well, your fishing rod is considered a weapon, and you can't change weapons once combat begins. So if something spawns by you when you're fishing, you can't switch to a weapon to fight. I had that happen right after they made the change, because I was out fishing somewhere like I always do. And I was like, WTF? And somebody's like, oh yeah, they made that change. And I'm like, nobody told me about it. I would have told them not to. So, yeah, I know nobody from Standing Stone Games ever looks at any of my streams, and I kind of like it that way. But if for some reason this message ever gets out, fix that, please. You need to be able to switch from a fishing rod to a sword or axe. Or staff, or runestone. Clip it, boys. Now, if they start looking through my clips, I'll just get banned from Lotro stream. They won't listen to anything I say anyway. I think the fact that nobody watches my streams is probably why I'm still here. You should always have a fishing rod when you're in Middle Earth. Fishing Middle Earth is part of exploring Middle Earth. And if people are paying, 500 silver a piece for fish, then there you go, catfish, boom. First cast, money. This is exactly the problem right here now. If I try to switch back to my axe, can't do it. I have two advantages. I'm heavily armed, and I have headbutt. But you saw me click on the axe. I can't switch weapons mid-fight. Now I can switch back. You have a spider walk up on you while you're in the middle of fishing. No luck. I think the fishing pole should have its own slot, similar to the crafting tool one. That would be a good fix. I forgot to confer with Ed, the unofficial volunteer community manager of fishing. That is a good title for me. I haven't bought my fishing license for this year yet. I'd kind of like to go out and wet a line in real life. Should be fairly decent tomorrow, but I think we're going to Waverly for a fun fly. I should have been charging batteries for my RC plane, but I didn't quite get to it. Just take my charging stuff with me to the field, I guess. It'll probably be too windy anyway, but that's alright. Another catfish. I mean, that's, what did I make there? Like 4 casts, and I've already got 2 fish. That's at least 1 to 2 gold pieces. Oh, I accidentally jumped. I got my hand too close to the space bar. Working my way up to Journeyman Angler. It says destroy the minnow, but I'm really just putting it back. We're fishing, catch, and release, except for the catfish we're keeping to sell. Great thing about the great state of Alabama, our wildlife heritage license lasts a full year for $10. Fishing, small game, and unlimited access to the state-run shooting ranges all over this. That's a fantastic value. Here I think it's $30 just for a fishing license. Of course, I think Alabama's naturally blessed with fishing water. Here in Nebraska, a lot of it has to be created and then stocked and managed. But Nebraska Game and Parks does a good job of that, and like they just got done restocking rainbow trout all over the state, so people go out and it's basically like a welfare program for fishermen. It's like, here's free trout for you to go catch. Trout's delicious. Again, can't switch to a weapon. If this were actually something dangerous that rolled up on me, I'd be in trouble, but... I hadn't done a lot of headbutting before. I'm surprised at how much I'm failing at that. The good news, though, my fishing skill jumped up to 22. I now have Bacchus-like fishing skill. There we go. Hoping to catch 5 fish to sell. I've got 3. See if we can't pull in another dace or catfish or 2. quilled fish. 1 fish, 2 fish, red fish, blue fish. Yeah, 2 of the houses we looked at had lakes. They said they don't really have to stock them very frequently. They were also selling the land, so who knows if it's truthful. It could be true. You don't know. Oh, come on. I just got my camera reset. I've shown this off on stream plenty of times before, but I don't think I've done it for a while. I like to get zoomed in on the bobber. Whoever drew it did a beautiful job. It looks like an old balsa float that you'd see in an old bait and tackle shop. Alright, I think that headbutt connected. I may finish Spider Slayer just while fishing. Yeah, that needs to be fixed. Anybody cares? Alright, let's try this again. You can see the weathering where the paint's chipped away. I mean, it's just a great looking balsa wood float. That's just really good detail work. Magnificent minnow. When something like that flashes up, that means you've got a trophy fish you can turn into the taxidermist for a wall hanging for your house. There we go. You can really see it there. The wood, the red and white paint, and here the wood's been chipped away, and there's crack in the paint. You can see the weathering lines. That's just beautiful detail. Somebody really did a great job designing that bobber. I mean, they could have done a simple red and white ball like a modern bobber. I think I just missed a fish. I was too busy talking about the dang bobber. Might as well catch 10 so your other character can rake in the goods. Wow, you can mount your fish in your house? I think so. I think that's a thing. Well, I hope the house hunting's going okay, Odranis. I was going to ask how the house hunting goes, and I didn't want to depress you. I know it's a tough market right now. Boy, the fish are hitting pretty fast, at least. We got a couple more trophy fish. Yeah, we offer 10k over. Someone goes 20. It's wild. Another spider. Well, if nothing else, I'm going to set the record for most fishing rod kills in a night. I don't know if I've ever had to fight this much with a fishing pole. Palazzo Fiamme got banned. What a shame. Good news is any achievements for fishing rod kills. No. Fishing skill 25. Moving on up. Fishing is completely useless from a free-to-play standpoint. It's just fun. I like getting the trophies and the titles. Yep, I just zoned out. Missed another fish. That fish hit, and I was like, wait, what am I doing again? I got through the Cheez-Its down to the honey roasted peanuts. Oh, another spider. That headbutt seems to hit more frequently if I move up on the spider. So I guess makes sense. Oh, there I even got a stun in with it. Well, it turned out to be a good combination. So the heat from the spicy Cheez-Its adds a little bit of heat to the honey roasted peanuts. So you get sort of a sweet and hot on the peanuts now, and it's like, that's pretty good. Good snack combination. Alright, I'll try to focus on the fishing. As soon as I declared I wanted 2 more game fish to sell, I quit catching game fish. That's a little annoying. Paired with a cola nut, and you might have yourself a new flavor. Good call, Zinger. Man, the ambient noises out here in the swamp are good too. You can hear that croaking sound in the background. Superb smell. Enough with the trophies. Need game fish. Boy, talk about my luck drying up. It was a pretty long wait just to catch a bitterling. Tanks for nuttin'. They're not Tabasco branded. They are hot cheddar grooves. They're good. I would get the Tabasco branded ones. Mrs. Mustafa and I are both big Tabasco fans. Alright, we'll move on. I feel like I've beaten enough spiders to death with my fishing pole to last for a while. So we'll get our explorer deed done. We'll kill a few spiders more judiciously. Yep, bring a friend. Flashing blade deed. Well, we got somebody else out here. We have touched the obelisk. Die, Neeker Breaker scum. About halfway to Neeker Breaker Slayer. Well, it's been a pretty productive night. I guess I've been at it 4 hours already. The good news is I got wired up on enough caffeine to keep going tonight. I was a little foggy when the stream started, but I still feel pretty good right now. Hopefully we can still catch El Galadwin streaming. She's usually on this time of night. I will go ahead and park here. I really appreciate you guys hanging out, listening to me prattle on about life, the universe, and playing Lotro for free. You know the rules. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. El Galadwin is streaming Lotro. The Buddha Fist is streaming Obscure 2. Buddha Fist, excuse me, fishing on the brain, is a recovering former Lotro stream team member and a great guy. If you haven't checked him out, highly recommended. French Girl Gaming is streaming Lost Ark. She's a Lotro stream team member. We do enjoy games besides Lotro, but we love our Lotro. So those are just three that come to mind. Since El Galadwin is streaming Lotro and she's a Lotro stream team member, she gets the raid. And she's a great streamer anyway, so I always like to visit with El Galadwin. So join the raid. Have a great rest of your weekend, everybody. Get out, have some fun, reconnect with friends and family. Enjoy yourselves, and I'll be on my personal channel tomorrow night and Sunday. Come by and say hello.